I woke with the grain in my palm and the chisel at rest.
Ну, решать с войной-то что-то. 4 года уже воюем, правильно?
Мне первый чеченский хватило, второй чеченский хватило. Я знаю, кто это устраивает. Но говорить об этом не буду. Потому что как сидеть не хочу.
The Ukraine war has fully arrived to the capital of Russia, and it might change everything. On May 17th, Ukraine has conducted the largest ever drone strike on the city of Moscow. The Russian air defense completely failed, and Moscow was attacked by hundreds of drones that managed to damage civilian and critical Russian infrastructure. Moscow, the city that Russian propaganda loves to portray as the most safe and cleanest city in Europe, is experiencing something like this for the first time ever, and a lot of Russians are either scared or are basically using the opportunity to ironically say thank you to Vladimir Putin for all of this.
Да, охуенно, блядь. Путин молодец, нахуй.
And in my opinion, these attacks and the fact that Putin cannot defend Moscow anymore should be kind of a final blow almost that will make Russians really mad at their governments. Now on this channel for the past few months I've already talked about how Russians right now are extremely tired of everything that is currently happening. Russians are massively complaining online about internet censorship, rising prices of groceries, the crumbling economy, not being able to use the internet properly, but now things are getting even worse. Because people cannot even feel safe anymore. Even though safety and normalcy is kind of what Vladimir Putin promised to the Russian people as long as they choose to not get involved in politics. But now Russian civilians are dying because Vladimir Putin just simply cannot defend his country and is just way in over his head. So hey there people, it is your boy Roman, your favorite neighborhood Russian, and in this video we're gonna talk about the recent Moscow attacks and how they are gonna affect the situation in Russia. And I would also like to talk about how I feel about this whole thing as a Russian who left Russia and who does not support Putin. By the way, sponsors don't really like political content about Russia, so if you guys like what I do on this channel, you could go over to link down in the description and either become a YouTube channel member or support us and buy me a coffee. It helps us make more and better videos for you. Now obviously this is not the first time when the consequences of the Ukraine war are being felt by regular people in Russia. War has already been on Russian soil for quite some time. You've probably heard about Ukraine taking control of the Kursk region for some time in Russia. Ukraine's drone warfare is getting better and better. Recently there's been huge attacks on the Black Sea coast in Russia, for example in Sochi or Tuapse, in which an oil refinery was hit, which basically created kind of environmental disaster in the region. But Russia has already created environmental disasters in Ukraine during this war, so it's fair game I guess. I'd rather neither of these happen though, you know? And at this point Ukrainian drones can reach very deeply inside Russia. Like for example even my hometown of Chelyabinsk, which is in the Ural region, is located next to Kazakhstan. Even that area is not safe from Ukrainian drone attacks anymore, so Russia is cooked. And a lot of Russian people, especially those that live on the border regions with Ukraine, have pretty much gotten used to drone attacks at this point. But a massive attack on Moscow is quite different. Once again, Moscow is the jewel of Russia. It's the city that they spend the most amount of money on. It's the city that is advertised the most. Moscow has always been talked about as the most clean, the most safe, the nicest city in Europe. Well, I guess it's not that safe anymore, is it? Thanks to Vladimir Putin. Russia always took care of Moscow because people in Moscow need to be fed well, essentially so that they do not rebel against the Tsar. But right now people in Moscow are realizing the reality of the situation, and it's a massive aura loss and a massive blow to Putin. Because once again, the Russian people and especially people in Moscow, which unfortunately, by Russia's design, matter more than any other Russians, these people now realize that the president cannot defend his capital and also cannot bring an end to the thing that he started, and he cannot control it. It's also funny because Putin's rating has kind of been dropping a lot recently because of the internet censorship and internet shutdowns happening in Russia. Cities like Moscow and St. Petersburg and other large cities are often having issues where they have absolutely no mobile internet whatsoever, no data, which the Russian people are not really happy about. And the Russian government was explaining all these restrictions and internet shutdowns, saying essentially that we're taking away your freedom and your internet away because we would like to defend you against these Ukrainian drone attacks. And guess what? Right now in Russia, like the entirety of the internet is banned at this point or something. The freedom of the internet is on the level of North Korea. And still, drone attacks happen, and it seems like, you know, turning off the internet does not actually help. And all these precautions that Russia did for people's safety do not work at all. Also, what's funny is that right now Russian propaganda is trying to pretend like none of this ever happens. The Russian news simply did not mention the attack at all, but at least some Russian propagandists are talking about it. The owner of Russia Today, Margarita Simonyan, said this, for example.
Летят беспилотники. Неприятно, страшно. Мои дети, которые месяц уже спят в коридоре. В коридоре и еще в гардеробной. Да, действительно, на самом деле. На 9 мая маленькая 6-летняя, она, конечно, все знает уже про войну, про наш подвиг, но она не знает деталей, потому что еще маленькая ей рассказывать. Она нацепила георгиевскую ленточку не только себе, но и кукле своей любимой, вот так вот прям на грудь. И спрашивает меня: «Мама, ну я знаю, что мы в войне победили фашистов. А кто такие фашисты? Фашисты – это те, кто отправляет нам беспилотники?» Я говорю: да, дочь, молодец. Какая ты умница, так и есть.
Nice. That's smart. Great commentary from Russian propaganda, as always. But yes, they are trying to suppress it as much as possible. Like, for example, the Moscow government has actually prohibited Russian citizens from posting videos of drone attacks. Essentially, if you post any information or video related to any terrorist attack, a drone attack, and so on, and anything that has led to people's lives being lost, or anything that has led to critical infrastructure being destroyed, if you post something like that, you're gonna be fined, and there's different amounts of fines. It can go up to like 200,000 rubles, for example. And actually, restrictions like this also exist in a lot of other regions of Russia at this point, because they do not want people to see what's happening. So yes, let me get this straight. In Russia right now, in Moscow, let's say, imagine you're sleeping in your apartment and then you hear a loud explosion and you notice that a drone has just, flew into an apartment building right next to you and exploded. And your first reaction is to record this, to share it, maybe with your family, maybe with some other people that you know, whatever. Or maybe post it on social media and let the people know what's going on. The Russian government can then come and fine you and like ruin your life for letting other people know that there's a drone attack happening. Incredible. I love it. I love this country, guys. But nevertheless, as you can see from the clips that I'm showing in this video, obviously nobody actually cares and people are still recording what is going on because it's, the normal human reaction to do so, and people want to share what's going on and share their emotions, maybe let the others know that something's happening. So there's an insane amount of eyewitness videos right now of Russians recording these attacks. And once again, I'm definitely not the kind of person that is gonna make fun of regular people that don't control anything for being under these drone attacks, right? However, what I do find funny is that a lot of Russians are actually making fun of people from Moscow for this right now, because essentially a lot of Russians' outlook is like, yeah, people in Moscow live in a different reality. It's time for them to, finally get a taste of what we have to live through. And just like when Moscow started getting its internet turned off, which is something that actually happened before to other cities in Russia, like provincial cities, a lot of Russians have this kind of cynical reaction of, first time when they look at these drone attacks. Because let's be honest, the government barely cares if it happens not in Moscow. And apparently it looks like they also don't care if it happens in Moscow anymore either. Also, another thing that I've been thinking of in regards to these drone attacks is, what is gonna be the cope for all these like Z-Westerners that move to Russia and who live in Moscow and say it's like, the best country, best city in the world and everything. Not like the woke West or whatever, right? Like, here's an example of a channel like that I've been getting recommended quite a few times on YouTube called Moscow Uncut. It's some British guy, I think, who lives in Russia. And he makes these kind of ironic videos saying the situation in Moscow is crazy, but then, the whole video is him walking around Moscow and being like, look at this, it's actually like a great country that's clean, only white people are walking around and stuff, guys. Western media is lying once again. And then all the comments are like, what a nightmare, how do I visit there? And also when Moscow had like no mobile internet, he also made a couple of copium videos about it, where he walks around and he's like, I have internet, that means that the Western media is lying once again. And all the comments are just, saying like, I post this comment just to prove that there's absolutely no internet here in Moscow, epically owning the West once again. But like, I wonder what the cope is gonna be this time though, right? Are you gonna say there's been no drone attacks and it's actually all CGI and AI made by, the CIA or whatever? And guess what, by the way, he did not post any video about the situation. He just completely ignored it. Because once again, it's getting so fucking bad that even these Z-Westerners that live in Moscow and lick Vladimir Putin's boots, even they cannot come up with a cope to justify what the fuck is happening, because the people are losing it. And you have to be actually brain dead to pretend like the situation in Moscow right now is normal. So yes, overall, as a Russian myself who left Russia, who does not support the war, who does not support Putin, who also has family and friends in Russia, I have a take that some people might not like, some people might think it's naive or whatever, but I personally just cannot celebrate loss of life on either side. I'm definitely not crying tears for Russian soldiers, especially if they chose to go to Ukraine, okay? If they chose to, if it was not a forceful mobilization or whatever, I'm not crying tears for them at all, okay? But the people that are being affected by these drone attacks, by and large, are just regular people who, you might say they've been ignoring what's happening, but not everybody can just get up and leave the country, I myself on this channel have documented how difficult it is to leave Russia, and also the idea that the Russian people are supposed to now stand up and overthrow Vladimir Putin is ridiculous too. You cannot overthrow or fight against the most advanced police state in the world, with the harshest laws possible, where they send you to jail for like 7 to 15 years for saying, that you don't agree with the war. And I know that a lot of the sentiment on the West right now is kind of like, oh, Russians, are getting what they deserved or whatever, because they didn't overthrow Putin and, now they deserve to die or whatever. I don't know, I just personally do not see the point in laughing at regular people dying. And yes, of course I do realize that all of this is the fault of Vladimir Putin, who started the war. And I also do realize that, for example, this drone attack is also retaliation from Ukraine, because Ukraine was also heavily attacked with missiles and drones, and like 20 people died in Kiev recently, so trust me, I know this is not just coming out of nowhere, okay? But again, the regular Russians did not ask for this war to start. Nobody asked their opinion, nobody asked my opinion, and I've already said on my channel that I think that Russian people are essentially hostages of Vladimir Putin. They're hostages of the government, and the war is being waged against their will. The people who support the war are a very loud minority. And yes, the majority of people choose to, not talk about the situation and kind of almost ignore it, because that's just a coping mechanism we have as human beings. Because you still have to live your life somehow. And yes, once again, I do realize that Ukrainians did not ask for this war either. Obviously, regular people in Ukraine are also being affected, on a way larger scale than Russian citizens are, right? And I'm absolutely heartbroken about it, right? And right now, it seems like the war is kind of almost at a stalemate, and neither of the sides wants to back down. Vladimir Putin doesn't want to back down. And it's like both countries are just terrorizing each other now with these drone strikes in hopes that one country will eventually stop. And I don't know, it doesn't look good, guys. I don't have the answers, once again. I don't know what to say except that this is extremely sad and it's extremely heartbreaking for the regular normal people on both sides. And obviously, while I feel for the regular people in both countries, I honestly have to admit that I feel extremely desensitized to the footage that I'm seeing coming out from Moscow. But once again, not in a gleeful way. If you guys watch my channel, you've probably heard me talk a lot about how Russians hate Moscow and how like nobody likes Moscow or Muscovites in the provincial Russia. But again, I don't feel any happiness from seeing this footage. It is still my country after all, right? And my people are in a very difficult situation. And I do really feel for the people that hate the war and Vladimir Putin, but also cannot leave the country. And they have to now put up with this shit, even though they hate their government in the first place. And that is millions of people, okay? That is my friends back in Russia. Even the editor of this video, who's my friend, he's in a similar situation, I cannot not feel for these people, because the only thing that separates me, somebody who left Russia, from these people is just having money. And having this YouTube channel. That's it. But also, I specifically said that I'm desensitized to all of this because it's like I definitely don't feel any happiness about this from seeing this footage, right? But also, this is kind of fucked up to say, but it's more or less true. I also don't feel particularly terrible when I see these videos either. Because in the last 4 years, we've seen an unimaginable amount of pain and kind of just horror happening in both Ukraine and Russia, and definitely more in Ukraine, where, entire cities have been turned to rubble. After seeing pictures of Mariupol, okay, and what happened to that city, I don't necessarily get moved by these images of what happens in Moscow. You know what I mean? And actually, this is all bringing me back to a thought I remember I had at the start of the war in Ukraine, when we saw the first strikes on Kiev, when we saw like missiles hitting civilian buildings, and when we saw pictures of like these tanks driving around eastern Ukraine. And I remember back then when I saw all of this, not only did I think it was horrible, it looked, absolutely surreal, but I also remember I was really struck by just how much these cities and these like places that are being destroyed by our country look like my hometown, like any city in Russia. It was this kind of weird realization, but you see just how much the infrastructure, the streets, these Ukrainian commie blocks, how it all, kind of just looks like the same commie blocks and streets and infrastructure we have, where I'm from, or all over Russia, right? And everything else as well, the cars, the trams, the buses, everything looked like the city that I grew up in, okay? And it really felt insane in that moment, like, we are really just bombing and destroying cities that look the exact same as the cities that we live in. And we're also like bombing and killing people who are extremely similar to us, and you cannot even tell, Russians and Ukrainians apart when you have them side to side, okay? And just seeing all of that, like, it fucked with my head, like, how much it does not make any sense. And in a fucked up way, right, seeing all of that, seeing, these tanks, these troops and so on these, like, post-Soviet cities, around these commie blocks and everything, in a way, which is fucked.
Yeah, I think the main difference we see between Trump's meeting with Xi and Putin's meeting with Xi is that I think that there are more affinity between Putin and Xi, and more, I think, more courtesy between Xi and between Xi and Trump. On the substantive difference, I think it's much more clear, right? You see, like China.
In our broader world at war, it is easy to forget about this one tiny axis, which often feels more like a Cold War relic than something to be taken seriously. But then you remember that it is the top target for a particular Trump administration official. Plus, it manages to pop up in the news every month or so. Indeed, not too long ago, we were discussing a Cuban tanker crisis. Today we move to something more serious, a Cuban drone dilemma. Yes, a report citing a US intelligence official indicates that Russia and Iran have given more than 300 military drones to Cuba, with plans for further deliveries. The news raises the possibility that US mainland targets could be under threat, and that, in turn, further underscores the possibility that the United States might make a second play in the Caribbean this year. But the real story here is far more complicated. So today, we will begin with a quick update on what has happened over the last couple of months in Cuba, because a lot has happened, but it has been buried under the bigger stories from Iran and Ukraine. Then I will describe what is in the report, and I'm going to pull no punches there, because the report omits critical information that is necessary to actually understand the real threat. Nonetheless, in the absence of better reporting on the subject, we will then discuss why Russia and Iran might pursue this strategy. The conversation there tends to drift towards scarce Patriot resources, but we will debunk that soon enough. Finally, we will conclude with a more general comment on the drone revolution. There is a perception that drones will empower weaker states, but that is a first-order effect that does not consider how opponents might respond to the potential threat, and those responses can make weaker states worse off than in a world where drones simply did not exist. But let's start with a quick rundown of what is brewing in Cuba. You will recall that after the United States successfully removed the former/still technically Venezuelan president, Nicolás Maduro, the U.S. Navy imposed a quarantine on Cuba, preventing the island from specifically importing any oil. This is no joke. Cuba imports about 60 to 70% of its needs, leaving a massive shortfall. Gasoline became impossibly unaffordable for the majority of citizens there, and the country began experiencing rolling blackouts. In late March, Russia sent a single tanker to the island, leading to speculation of whether we would have a Cuban tanker crisis if the United States tried to intercept it. Trump backed down, however, ostensibly citing humanitarian needs, maybe involving some food, and thereby let the tanker offload some much-needed oil. This was, at most, a band-aid, though, giving Cuba no more than a couple of weeks of extra fuel. Almost 2 months have passed since then, without any further deliveries confirmed. Russia dispatched a second tanker to Cuba in early April, but it has spent the last month stalled in the middle of the Atlantic, suggesting that the Kremlin does not buy into Mexican food memes and does not want to try running the quarantine a second time. Meanwhile, the director of the CIA, John Ratcliffe, along with at least 3 officials with very blurry faces, visited Cuba a week ago. Obviously, the lingering threat is that the United States will try to run back the special Maduro operation, this time on a more proximate Caribbean target. Although I have never specifically asked the leadership in Cuba whether they would like that to happen, I do not believe that they would. And if you were in their position, you might start looking for ways to deter the United States from trying. With that, now we can get into the current report. The story broke on Sunday, with Axios citing a senior U.S. official, who was in turn leaking classified intelligence. Quote, Cuba has acquired more than 300 military drones, and recently began discussing plans to use them to attack the U.S. base at Guantanamo Bay, U.S. military vessels, and possibly Key West. The island has been acquiring attack drones of varying capabilities from Russia and Iran since 2023, and within the past month, Cuban officials have sought more drones and more military equipment from Russia. Okay, very interesting stuff, and good for Axios for reporting on it. But a fundamental piece of information is missing here. Anyone reporting on national security issues should be aware of how critical the missing information is, and the US official leaking the information should also know the answers to the question if the official is for real. Yet the article is silent. In particular, I would want to know exactly what kind of drones Cuba has acquired. At this point, drone is an umbrella term that tells you little about its offensive capacity, only that no one is physically on board. Heck, some of them are just used for reconnaissance and have no offensive capacity whatsoever. Meantime, on one end of the lethal spectrum, a standard quadcopter is a drone. However, 300 quadcopters is a joke. I mean, I would literally laugh if anyone in the national security community was taking this seriously. In training, a drone pilot typically wrecks 5 to 10 drones per day. Lest we forget that I know this firsthand. If you were incredibly optimistic, thought 10 days of training would be sufficient, and wanted to have 100 drones left over to use in combat, that would get you 4 pilots. And at the end of the day, all you can do with them is put some tiny holes in facilities in Guantanamo Bay. Maybe if you were incredibly lucky and US service personnel were casually strolling around on the base of the day of the attack, you might inflict a few casualties. But like I said, this is a joke. The report indicates that Key West, Florida would be a potential target, which is about 160 kilometers away from Cuba. It is hard to find a common Russian drone with roughly the same range. The Zala Z-54 is the best match, if we trust speculated specs. It has a payload capacity of 15 to 25 kilograms, and 200 kilometers as maximum range. That would imply a target radius that looks like this. But bear in mind that Key West has a population of only about 27,000 people, and a typical Shahed drone has a payload of 50 kilograms. So color me concerned, but not particularly afraid. What would be far more interesting is if we were talking about actual Shahed drones. Using the default range for Shaheds, the new attack radius looks roughly like this. All of Florida is inside, plus Mobile, Alabama, and New Orleans, Louisiana is right on the fringe. Shaheds would therefore be a much more serious threat. Extend that out to a maximum range Shahed, and now almost all of the eastern seaboard is in play. But more critically, and at much less of a stretch, the Gulf Coast along with all of its oil infrastructure could be hit. I point this out because simply smashing a Shahed into a building is destructive, but it is not that destructive. In contrast, Ukraine knows something about what happens if you have a long-range drone hit a target with its own fuel supply. Nonetheless, to put the quantity in context, Russia now fires about 300 Shaheds or Shahed decoys per day on average. So the worst-case Cuban scenario thus far is perhaps scary to Americans accustomed to the privilege of being defended by 2 giant oceans. But it is peanuts compared to the threat that Ukraine faces. With that in mind, let's shift to what is in it for Russia. Well, color me skeptical that Russia is actually doing much here. 300 drones over the course of around 3 years, minus some donations from Iran, would indicate that the Kremlin is not exactly being generous. I would speculate that Russia was mostly shipping the bottom of the barrel of excess supply to Cuba, outdated models that Ukraine has already developed defensive measures to counteract. I find it hard to imagine that anyone in the Kremlin believe that passing top-quality materiel to Havana would be a good idea. Now, the typical refrain that I have seen online about why Russia is doing this is because the Kremlin wants to keep US defenses occupied domestically. That would mean fewer donations to Ukraine, or sales to Ukraine through NATO countries, which is what Russia really cares about. It would also mean fewer transfers to Iran's regional opponents, which is also what that country really cares about. Typically, this conversation turns to Patriots, which is the key system that both Ukraine and the Gulf allies rely on to shoot down ballistic missiles. Unfortunately, the line of logic here is playing into the persistent false perception that Patriots are a primary means of drone defense. They never were. They have been used on an emergency basis in the Gulf region for that purpose. Ukraine has used them as well to protect high-value targets. But those are the exceptions, not the rule. Shaheds are slow. It would take 2 hours for them to reach Miami from Cuba, giving alert fighters stationed near Florida's southern point plenty of time to scramble and intercept them. The idea of hitting Texas's Gulf Coast oil infrastructure is also silly. That could take 10 hours of Shahed flight time. If the US Air Force can do nothing but sit there and watch refineries be set ablaze, the US government might as well just close up shop then and there. Patriots aside, the possibility of a drone attack on US soil does force the military to keep assets stateside. That will have minor effects on US deployments elsewhere, but I suppose that it is something. In reality, at least for Russia, the goal here is to do the bare minimum to try propping up an ally in the region. If Cuba could destroy substantial US infrastructure in response to another special Maduro operation, then Washington would opt against the strategy. That is something that Russia would like, and so maybe it is worth the investment. Finally, let's discuss the notion that the drone revolution benefits smaller countries. Yes, on the surface, drones give smaller countries options that they did not have before. And yes, the deterrence function that I described a second ago would be helpful. It turns out that autocratic leaders would prefer it if the United States could not snap its fingers and remove them from power. If this were merely a question of weaker countries building Shahed-style drones and doing with them what they will, then the benefit would be unambiguous. The problem is that one does not simply build drones without upsetting status quo powers, and that encourages preventive action, costly war, and inefficient outcomes for everyone, at least under some circumstances. Now, on the same day that the Cuba story broke, I published a lecture on my secondary channel on arms control, as a part of the Introduction to International Relations playlist that I have over there. I do not want to rehash everything here, but the basic lesson from that lecture is now relevant. In short, building weapons creates inefficiencies just like a war does, and so bargained resolutions in principle should leave both parties better off. Essentially, opponents need to treat potential arms proliferators as though the weapons have already been built. By doing so, the potential arms proliferator has no reason to actually construct the weapons. The benefit for the opponent is that the proposal can be slightly hedged down to exploit how the proliferator did not actually pay any costs. One of the ways that negotiated resolutions can break down is if the opponent cannot observe the decision to arm. If preventive war is credible, it may be cheaper to deal with a problem militarily than buy out the arms proliferator's incentive to launch a weapons program. Worse, the threat of preventive war cannot dissuade the arms proliferator from trying to build covertly. That, in turn, encourages the opponent to initiate preventive wars, even without knowing that there is a weapons program to destroy. As a result, the whole thing ends in a disaster. The Cuban drone dilemma is particularly concerning because of how easy it is for the weapons to secretly reach their destination. They are small, and so the only real way to stop Cuba from acquiring them is to fully quarantine the island, inspect every vessel heading to a Cuban port, and detain anyone violating the rule. This is not a preventive war in a kinetic sense, but it is still a very costly measure for every party involved. And there is always the concern that the United States may find regime change the cheaper long-term solution to the problem. However, I would describe this as a future concern, not a present one. The 300 drones that have been sent to Cuba likely are nothing serious. And unless there is intelligence that much larger quantities of drones are headed the island's way, and those drones are closer to top-of-the-line models, then the threat to the United States is minimal. Furthermore, it is hard to see how Russia or Iran would be able to provide such aid given their current situations. Thus, I am filing this one for later from a strategic perspective. However, maybe I should keep it fresh in mind for US political purposes. There is plenty of speculation that this was an authorized leak from the Trump administration. Basically, the White House wants to gather public support for regime change, and this is part of shaping the narrative. I don't know. Maybe that is true. But I will say this. I just spent 5 minutes explaining why the report offers scant details to indicate that this is a serious threat to the US homeland. It is not what I would leak if I actually wanted to gather support to invade Cuba. I would either divulge more serious information about Shaheds, or if the shipments were a bunch of quadcopters, I would not bother leaking anything. Take that for what you will. Speaking of takes, what are our takeaway lines for today? Cuba is politically and economically on the edge once again. Some Russian and Iranian drones have reached Cuba, but nothing has been disclosed to suggest that they are a serious threat to the United States. Russia and Iran may be trying this to keep US defenses closer to the homeland, though that strategy is not as effective as it might seem. And there are serious preventive war concerns here to keep in mind for later. Meanwhile, if you want to learn more about that arms control scenario, check out that aforementioned lecture. It is much more complicated than I just...
Right now, lawmakers investigating the Jeffrey Epstein case have one of their most challenging witnesses to date, his former personal assistant. Sarah Kellen was named both as a possible co-conspirator in Epstein's crimes and, she says, a victim of his abuse. This is how the chair of the House Oversight Committee, James Comer, spoke about her appearance today.
This is going to be a tough interview. Of all the interviews we've done, this is going to be the toughest one. It's going to be hard because, there's some that believe she was, 100% a victim or survivor, and then there's some that think she was a victim and victimizer.
Joining me now is MS Now senior legal reporter Lisa Rubin. Eric Fadali is partner and managing attorney at the Bloom firm, which represents multiple Jeffrey Epstein survivors. Lisa, you actually interviewed Sarah Kellen. What more can you tell us about her story and what she might share with the committee?
Well, Chris, I talked to Sarah Kellen over a series of several months, and she had never really before spoken out publicly. She is insistent, as you just said, that she is a victim of Jeffrey Epstein's abuse that occurred weekly, sometimes violently. And she detailed for the committee what that was like in vivid and frankly brutal terms this morning. She's told the committee she's not going to discuss other survivors. She says they should be free to talk about their own experiences when and if they choose, but they should not be compelled to come before the committee. She tells them today that she hopes she is the first and the last person that has to come before the committee as a survivor of Jeffrey Epstein's in this way. But one of the things we did discuss is that label that's been slapped on her, potential co-conspirator. She says she had no knowledge or involvement in the prosecution, the non-prosecution agreement, rather, constructed in 2007 by Epstein's lawyers on one hand and Florida federal prosecutors on the other, through which she was given that label. She says she doesn't even knew about it until roughly 2 years later. And that's important because that's largely been the frame through which we have seen Sarah Kellen for almost 20 years. She says Epstein's team did that to protect him and make sure that she would never talk to any law enforcement. And in particular, she told me it literally put a muzzle on us. It made us a target and made it impossible for us to speak. Sarah Kellen only feeling free to talk now about her own experiences, given that Jeffrey Epstein is dead.
So, Eric, Kellen is a complicated person for the committee to question. Again, as someone who...
We are about 2 weeks away from the start of hurricane season, and today NOAA released its 2026 outlook. Chief Certified Meteorologist Chris Martinez joins us live from Lakeland. And Chris, tell us what went into the forecast.
Yeah, a lot of things. And of course, we've been talking about one of the main factors being El Nino. And it's expected to develop even stronger as we get closer towards the hurricane season and later this summer into the fall. Join me right now is maybe a familiar face. This is Ken Graham. He used to be at the Hurricane Center. He is now the director of the National Weather Service. Ken, the forecast came out today, and with that El Nino thinking, below average is what they are looking for and calling for. But I've been preaching this for a while. It only takes that one storm, and we still have to prepare.
Absolutely. So, just you're hearing words like below average and things like that. None of it matters. It just takes one storm to ruin your day, to be a busy season for you. And I've seen it over and over through the decades. You go back in history, you can see there were below average, you can see a few storms, but if they hit you, like an Andrew, or you look at some of these storms in the past, like Betsy in Louisiana, they were very low-key seasons. However, you got that big storm. So you got to be prepared. None of those words matter like below average. Be prepared as if you're going to be hit every single year.
And what do you tell? We've got a lot of new folks that have just moved into South Florida that have never been through a hurricane season. We have to get back to the basics and go back to square one in educating.
We got to keep repeating the basics because with the influx of new people into Florida, you haven't been through a hurricane season, you got to be ready. And just everybody listening that's new to Florida, get information. Don't wait until the storm. I'm telling you, there's long lines. You're trying to get fuel, you're trying to get water, you're trying to get supplies. It's incredibly stressful. If you do that early, get the information early. Hurricanes.gov, ready.gov from FEMA. There's tons of information out there. Get ready now so you can be ready for the storm.
And real quickly, everyone has their favorite model these days, right? Euro, GFS. But we've got to talk about the advancements with the Hurricane Center and how accurate their forecasts have become.
Yeah, you think about the accuracy, and we're including artificial intelligence now as well. So we're actually getting that into the models, and we beat the systems every single time. So it's still the National Hurricane Center, the official forecast. We have people looking at one model. Well, guess what? That's one model. We actually can look at different ensembles, different solutions within those models. So you can't just look at one model to make the determination. Pay attention to us. Right. We know what we're doing. We're trained to do this. We're the best on earth at doing this. So get the information from us. We'll keep you covered.
All right, Ken, as always, great to see you. And, of course, we'll have more coming up from Lakeland at 4, 5, and 6. Nikki, right now.
Wall Street's main indexes closed lower on Tuesday, with the Dow and S&P 500 each shedding about 0.2%, and the Nasdaq losing more than 0.8%. The benchmark 10-year Treasury yield climbed to its highest level in more than a year on mounting inflation concerns as oil prices stayed elevated, and with no clear resolution to the U.S. war in Iran. Tuesday's profit-taking also came as investors anxiously awaited quarterly results from AI chip leader NVIDIA due after Wednesday's market close. Mike Musio is president of FBB Capital Partners.
This is the third day in a row we're looking at for some red on the screen, but we've had a lot of green over the past several weeks.
Europe may finally be trying to answer the question, what happens if America is busy somewhere else? America's always making business places. Defending global shipping sounds easy until missiles, drones, submarines, and insurance markets all show up at the same time. And this has opened up a real big question. The real test in the Strait of Hormuz may not be Iran. It may be whether Europe can actually operate as an independent military power. I'm Mandatory Fun Day, and this is your snapshot report on France and Britain testing a possible European Hormuz mission. Europe right now is trying to speedrun becoming a superpower before the next shipping crisis hits. And that, my friends, could get ugly quickly. Before we get into the rest of that, I want to tell you about Ranger Up. I'm one of the owners. It's a veteran-founded, operated, and owned company. They fulfill all my apparel. We've got some great designs and a high-quality product. Hit the link in my bio if you'd like to support. It's a very easy way to support me individually as a content creator, and I thank you for the thousands of people that have already chosen to do so. Truly, it means everything from the bottom of my heart. That energy drink you saw me drinking, that's from Waze, and that's also a veteran-owned caffeine company, okay? Energy drink company. Let's get into the video. France has moved the aircraft carrier Charles de Gaulle strike group toward the Red Sea, while Britain has deployed the HMS Dragon as discussions continue around a possible multinational European-led mission connected to the Strait of Hormuz. We're getting some movement, y'all. And honestly, I think that this story is significantly larger than Europe is sending some ships, because it looks like Europe may be actually testing whether it can protect major trade routes without automatically depending on the United States to run the whole operation. For decades, the global assumption has basically been if international shipping gets threatened badly enough, eventually the U.S. Navy shows up with its sailors and handles it. That has kind of been the unofficial business model. We got pirates? Send a carrier group. We got regional instability? Send a carrier group. Iran's threatening shipping? You guessed it. Send a carrier group. Somebody sneezes aggressively near an oil tanker? There's probably an American destroyer already parked nearby.
Well, if it works.
But Europe is increasingly nervous about relying too heavily on Washington for everything. Partly because the United States is stretched globally, partly because of domestic politics, partly because of concerns over long-term U.S. predictability, and partly because Europe knows its economy is extremely vulnerable to shipping disruptions. Everybody found that out recently. The Strait of Hormuz is one of the most important shipping choke points on Earth. Roughly a fifth of global oil consumption moves through that area. That is straight from the U.S. Energy and Information Administration. If Hormuz becomes unstable, energy markets start freaking out almost immediately, and then people start freaking out. Because if I have to pay $5 a gallon at the gas pump for much longer, I'm gonna have a come apart. When stuff happens with shipping, insurance rates spike, shipping costs rise, oil prices react, European industry gets nervous, Asian importers get nervous, everybody gets a little nervous, everybody starts sweating all at the same time. France and Britain are now exploring ways Europe could contribute more independently to protecting that traffic flow. And for shipping, we want heavy flow. Okay, heavy flow. That is a massive strategic shift if it actually develops into something permanent. Historically, Europe talks a lot about strategic autonomy. It's a buzz phrase. But talking about strategic autonomy and actually defending one of the world's most dangerous maritime choke points are two very different things. One is a conference. The other involves missiles flying at your service members. Now, to be fair, Europe absolutely has capable militaries. I'm not trying to insult the competence of our European partners at all. And France especially. People joke about France a lot.
Ah, blow my nose at you, so-called king.
But France has one of the most expeditionary capable militaries on Earth. And expeditionary is a big word. Russia, we've seen in real time, doesn't have much of an expeditionary military. Okay, in order to invade and annex a country, you'd need an expeditionary military, a highly effective one. You know, Russia has a great military if they were just defending the motherland. Unfortunately, that's not what their aim is. But going back to France specifically, the Charles de Gaulle is not some symbolic photo op ship. It is a nuclear-powered aircraft carrier capable of launching combat operations, escort missions, reconnaissance, and strike packages. It's basically a mobile fortress, okay? It can do anything that you would want it to do militarily. France also has extensive operational experience in Africa, the Middle East, and maritime security operations, and that real-world experience is everything. One of the main takeaways, or one of the main drawbacks from the Chinese military when you're doing an honest assessment of it, is the lack of real-world experience. Real-world experience truly is everything. Britain still maintains very capable naval assets too, even if the Royal Navy is much smaller than it used to be historically.
Gods, I was strong then.
The HMS Dragon is a Type 45 destroyer specifically built around advanced air defense capability, and that is what we need in an environment that is heavily saturated by drones. It matters because modern maritime threats are not limited to enemy ships. They include drones, they include anti-ship missiles, ballistic missiles, mines, submarines, proxy attacks from foreign actors, fast attack craft, cyber disruptions, and swarms of low-cost systems designed to overwhelm defenses. The Red Sea and Hormuz regions have become laboratories for this kind of warfare. And Europe knows that because the Houthis already demonstrated that relatively low-cost drone and missile attacks can massively disrupt global shipping. That forced rerouting around Africa, the increased shipping times, the increased costs, the impacted supply chains, all from attacks carried out by a non-state actor with nowhere near the military power of a major nation. That should scare every industrial economy on Earth. It should scare everybody, to be honest with you. And I think Europe understands something very important right now. Economic power means absolutely nothing if you cannot secure the trade routes your economy depends on. Is Europe building this Hormuz concept because it wants more independence, or because it is worried America may not always be available to handle these crises? Here's the difficult part. Can Europe actually pull this off long term? Because sending a few ships is one thing, sustaining a multinational maritime security operation for months or years is another thing entirely. And again, this is not me disparaging the competence of Europe and its militaries, but when you're talking about this kind of operation, any military operation is difficult to pull off, no matter how small, even under the best case circumstances. But when you're talking about something this big, the circumstances are never ideal. They're never best case scenario. And it is extremely difficult, even for one country to conduct this kind of operation. Add another one into the mix, and you've got exponentially more potential problems. This kind of operation requires fuel logistics, repair capacity, munitions stockpiles, coordination, intelligence sharing, satellite support, air defense integration, rules of engagement, engagement and political unity. And the political unity is a lot of times where the bottleneck for this kind of stuff is. Political unity is honestly one of the biggest issues because European countries agree on threats right up until somebody has to absorb the economic cost, the political risk, or the casualties. That is where things get kind of messy. Some European countries are more aggressive toward Iran. Some want diplomacy above all else. Some are terrified of escalation. Some are worried about domestic backlash. These are all valid concerns. Trying to maintain a unified long-term maritime mission under those conditions gets complicated very fast. And here's another issue that I don't think people are talking about enough. It's stockpiles. I did do another video on stockpiles, so you can go watch that if you want. The Ukraine war exposed major weaknesses in Western defense industrial production. Missiles, artillery shells, air defense systems, all of these things require constant upkeep. Europe has been trying to ramp production back up, but sustained operations burn through resources very quickly, especially naval missile defense operations. Intercepting cheap drones with expensive missiles becomes financially painful very, very, very rapidly. The math matters, okay? A lot. One of the lessons from the Red Sea crisis is that even powerful navies can get dragged into ugly cost exchange ratios. A drone costing tens of thousands of dollars or even less, forcing the launch of interceptor missiles worth millions is not sustainable. And Europe is going to have to confront that reality if it wants to become a more independent maritime security actor. Can Europe actually sustain high-end naval operations independently, or can it only surge temporarily during emergencies? Before we get into all that, I want to tell you about two partners. Number one, we've got the Veterans Lending Group. I bought the home that me and my 4 daughters live in through the Veterans Lending Group. They do 87% VA loans, so even if you don't have access to the VA loan, they can still help you out, and they sell everywhere in the United States to include its territories. Even a year later, they're still reaching out to me to make sure I've got the best rate and find out if I need any help with any of the things that come along with home ownership. My other major partner is the American Legion. They do a lot of amazing work for veterans and their families, also for service members. You don't have to be a veteran to join. Even if you're still in the military, you can join. They also have groups for youth, and they have groups for spouses if you are not in the military but you're tied to the military. Let's get back to the video. Strategically, this story matters because it may signal the beginning of a larger shift inside NATO and Europe overall. The alliance is slowly adapting to a world where the United States may not want to carry every single security burden alone forever. And Europe is realizing that if it wants strategic influence, it has to protect the systems that keep the global economy functioning. It can't just talk about values at conferences. You know, there's shipping lanes, there's energy routes, there's trade security, there's industrial resilience. That is real power. And honestly, if Europe successfully pulls off a sustained Hormuz or Red Sea mission, it would be a pretty significant statement to the rest of the world, especially to China. Because Beijing watches maritime logistics obsessively. China understands that controlling or protecting trade routes is one of the foundations of global influence. That is why China invests so heavily into naval expansion, port access, and overseas infrastructure. If Europe demonstrates it can independently coordinate naval security operations at scale, that changes strategic perceptions globally. Not overnight, but gradually, things would very much change. And if Europe fails, that also sends a message, a very loud one. It reinforces the argument that the global order still depends overwhelmingly on American military infrastructure to function. And that's why the story is so significant. This is partly a military operation, partly a political experiment, and partly a stress test for Europe's long-discussed dreams of becoming strategically autonomous. So what should you watch for next? Well, I've got a couple things. Watch whether more European countries join discussions around the mission. Watch whether this stays temporary or evolves into a standing maritime force. Watch European defense spending tied to naval logistics and missile defense, because the budget always tells you the truth. And then watch how Iran and proxy groups respond to increased European presence. And now I have some questions for you, my wonderful, wonderful audience. Do you think Europe can realistically defend major trade routes without heavy US support? Is this the beginning of genuine European strategic independence? And do you think NATO allies are preparing for a future where America is less involved globally? So here's the bottom line. Europe may finally be testing whether it can defend global trade on its own terms. The challenge is that securing maritime choke points is one of the hardest military missions on Earth, and talking about strategic independence is much easier than sustaining it under missile fire. Send this video to your friends. Go watch another one if you can. Hype it for me, please. All of those things help me as a content creator. Again, I'm one of the owners of Ranger Up. If you want to support us, please hit that link in my bio.
With a possible reignition of the war on Iran, that could happen the moment President Trump says go. It is day 43 of the ceasefire on life support, as I put it, and the White House says the U.S. military is locked and loaded if talks with Iran fail. I'm Harris Faulkner. You are in the Faulkner Focus. Here is Vice President J.D. Vance.
We have an opportunity here, I think, to reset the relationship that has existed between Iran and the United States for 47 years. That's what the president has asked us to do, and that's what we're going to keep on working at. But it takes two to tango. We are not going to have a deal that allows the Iranians to have a nuclear weapon. So as the president just told me, we're locked and loaded. We don't want to go down that pathway, but the president is willing and able to go down that pathway if we have to.
President Trump says Iran is feeling the pressure, and he is not ruling out anything about what comes next.
We'd have to open the strait. That would open immediately. So we're going to give this one shot. I'm in no hurry. You never think, oh, the midterms, I'm in a hurry. I'm in no hurry. Ideally, I'd like to see few people killed as opposed to a lot. We can do it either way, but I'd like to see few people killed. What we've done is amazing, and we have them decimated. Iran is decimated.
Former CENTCOM Naval Forces Commander Vice Admiral John Fozzie Miller is with me. I'll go first, though, to Chief Foreign Correspondent Trey Yingst. Trey.
Harris, good morning. President Trump and Israeli Prime Minister Netanyahu reportedly held a lengthy phone call overnight as the region waits to see if the war will resume. Earlier, President Trump discussed his relationship and coordination with the Israeli leader.
What have you said to Prime Minister Netanyahu about Iran and how long to hold off on strike?
He's fine. He'll do whatever I want him to do. He's very, very good man. He'll do whatever I want him to do, and he's a great guy. To me, he's a great guy.
You're on the same page with him on Iran?
Yeah.
These comments come amid a massive U.S. military buildup across the Middle East. New video shows U.S. refuelers parked at Tel Aviv's Ben Gurion airport, waiting in case President Trump orders new strikes against the Iranian regime. Overnight, Iran's Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps released a new threat, warning the United States and Israel against launching another bombing campaign. The IRGC put out a statement saying if the aggression against Iran is repeated, the regional war that was promised will this time go beyond the borders of the region, and you will be dealt crushing blows in places you do not expect, and you will fall into the abyss of defeat and destruction. The threat comes as President Trump says he was just an hour away from deciding to strike Iran earlier this week and is giving the regime a few additional days to reach a deal. As for the possibility of an agreement, reports do indicate there are still serious gaps in the positions of the United States and Iran. Vice President J.D. Vance was asked about this process yesterday.
So what we've done is tried to be as clear as possible. What are our red lines? What are the things that we're willing to be accommodating on? And what are the things that we absolutely must have? And as the president has said ad nauseum, and I think I've said it a lot too, Iran cannot have a nuclear weapon.
Inside Iran, the regime has released new videos showing civilians learning how to use small arms. A variety of similar videos have been published in recent days as Iran vows to fight the United States.
Definitely we will stand against them and won't give up even an inch of our soil. We are even ready to sacrifice our blood, our lives, instead of giving them an inch of our soil. No matter they come from the sea or land, we will stand by our flag.
Overnight, the Israelis held a 5-hour cabinet meeting preparing for the possibility that the war resumes. Harris?
Trey, thank you very much. Let's go now to Lieutenant Colonel Robert McGinnis and what he had to say in this new opinion piece for FoxNews.com. He argues that the United States faces a fundamental fork in the road. And here's part of it. The real fork is not escalation versus diplomacy. It is this: accept a nuclear-capable Iran as the permanent outcome of this war, or accept the cost of physically removing the threat. Washington should make that decision deliberately, not by default, when the ceasefire finally collapses. All of that a quote. In focus with me now, Vice Admiral John Fozzie Miller, former Central Command Naval Forces Commander. Great to have you, sir. So what is your reaction to the idea that this is really bifurcated, one thing or the other?
Well, I think, Harrison, thanks for having me. It's really always been that at the end of the conflict, Iran wasn't going to be able to develop or have a nuclear weapon for their employment somewhere in the region or elsewhere in the world. And so it's sort of crystallized, I think, in everyone's mind now. But a satisfactory outcome has to include the fact that the Iranians will not have access to a nuclear weapon. They won't be able to develop a nuclear weapon.
Yeah, what I caught there, and I mean, I've heard this, and like you say, we know this. You didn't say end of ceasefire. You said the end of the conflict, which can be something very different depending on what happens next. An op-ed argues Iran is gambling that President Trump will cave. It hasn't gone well for them so far. And, quote, if the Islamic Republic continues testing American resolve, the next confrontation may no longer resemble calibrated deterrence. It may become the moment that determines whether Trump's Iran doctrine was merely pressure or the beginning of historic change. Your take?
Well, I think the president's been very clear that one way or another, at the conclusion of the conflict, Iran will not be able to have a nuclear weapon, and they won't be able to threaten their neighbors and do things like close the Strait of Hormuz. He would obviously prefer to do that through some sort of a negotiation, but he's also clearly indicated that if he has to resort to combat power, he'll do that. And the combat power is available. It's there. It's ready. And I think it's very clear to the Iranian regime that they're not going to prevail in this conflict one way or another. And I think they're beginning to get an understanding that the president has a lot of patience, but that patience is not without limit.
Right. And this idea that their country can kind of outlast ours is a bit ridiculous anyway, because they're the people who got hit in the first place and didn't see it coming. Vice Admiral, I am curious about a little bit of strategy now. Exactly what happens if we're so-called locked and loaded, like the White House says?
Well, there's a number of ways this could go, and the president has a whole range of options available to him. What I would expect, though, is that we would see immediate pressure on their leadership once again, so the potential for additional decapitation strikes. I think a lot of pressure on their command and control systems, the systems that allow them to communicate from Tehran or wherever they are down into the Strait of Hormuz region to the Revolutionary Guard folks, and then a lot of pressure in the Strait of Hormuz itself against potential cruise missile sites, places where they can launch drones, and of course against the small boats that they like to send out into the Gulf to harass the shipping. And I think you'll see a focus on all of that as a way to move the negotiations forward, or the conditions for the negotiations forward. And then absent that, I think you'll see a greater sense of warfare across the country again.
Casham, Karg Islands, those areas that we know are tremendously important to the oil infrastructure, and any way that they can get a source of cash into that country, Iran. Do we go after those islands with our military?
I don't know that there's a need to go after Karg Island, because things are pretty quiet there right now and have been for several weeks, because the Iranians can't find ships to get into Karg Island to fill them up and export their oil. So that part of the blockade has been extraordinarily effective. There are some other islands closer to the strait that we might be interested in occupying for a period of time, because it helps with control of the strait. At the end of the day, the United States doesn't want control of the strait. We want the strait to be open for everyone to use.
All right, Vice Admiral, the president is getting ready to speak. Just a quick thought about what you'd like to hear him say on Iran as he talks with the Coast Guard cadets today.
Well, first of all, congratulations to them and welcome. We're glad to have them on board the team. Coast Guards are a great partner of all of the armed forces. I think the president will be pretty clear about the role that forces like the Coast Guard will play in the conclusion of the Iran conflict, whether it's a deterrent as a hedge against further aggression on the part of the United States in order to end the conflict, or their actual participation in combat operations, and an understanding that when we get the Iran conflict concluded, we still live in a difficult and dangerous world, and organizations like the Coast Guard, which ensure freedom of navigation all over the place, as well as safety of our mariners, is incredibly important, and they're entering a brave new world, and we're certainly glad to have them on board.
Vice Admiral John Fozzie Miller, I can tell how many men and women you have led. You were so prepared with that. I appreciate it. As a leader, sir, it's humbling. Thank you. Good to see you. Be sure to like and subscribe for all the Fox News latest on YouTube, and catch full shows.
Russia is not in a great place right now, which has led to an increasing expectation that Putin is done. And while that is still quite a reach, I think it is worth exploring what would happen if Putin were to ever fall from power. Indeed, the consequences immediately raise questions about the best time for that to happen from Ukraine's and the broader Western perspective. It is tempting for the Ukrainian side to say that sooner is obviously better. And I do not want to convince you otherwise, given that every day spent at war is another day of costs incurred on the battlefield and on civilian targets. But there are some subtle concerns about the timing of a potential Putin departure that will have some not-so-subtle long-run consequences, not only for Russia, but also Ukraine and the rest of the world. So today, we will explore this situation in 3 steps. First, I will give you an overview of the many ways that Putin could leave office. Then we will head off to a historical parallel, the fall of the Soviet Union, which will offer some critical insights regarding today's problem. Finally, we will look at the key differences between how Trump or a future president might handle the situation. It turns out that the post-Putin world will offer an opportunity for the West, but it will be an expensive one, which raises questions about whether the current administration will use the opportunity in the same way that a successor might. But let's begin with an overview of Putin's potential problems. I do not want to go into depth about the overall situation, because that has been a recurring theme across both of my channels over the last couple of weeks. The basic summary is that Russia's economic situation is not looking good for the purposes of continuing the war effort. However, your average Russian citizens are still doing fine. The group that is getting soaked is the oligarch class, as they are losing business deals with the West and are de facto paying for all of the wage increases going to those average Russians via greater demand for labor. Consequently, I mentally file this problem as elevated for Putin, and certainly elevated compared to where we were at the beginning of the year. But I would like to remind everyone that the economic situation in Iran is substantially worse. There were real anti-government protesters on the streets there only a few months ago, and the public perception is that the Iranian government is not about to go anywhere. So place your perception of the Putin situation as lower than that. To wit, the prediction markets put the odds of the fall of the Iranian regime by June 30th at 5%. For Putin, it is 2%. Note further that Putin is 73 years old, so some of that percentage is reflecting natural causes. Nonetheless, let's just say that the fall happens. Then what? There is a public perception that the war is unpopular in Russia. The new leader, not weighed down by the same political baggage as Putin, will withdraw, and we can close this silly chapter of geopolitical history. Well, not so fast. Continuation of the war seems to be getting less popular among the Russian population, and maybe it is outright unpopular in the aggregate. But shrinking Russia's de facto status.
Darth, theorist, rise.
What if Anakin Skywalker was made a Jedi Master before the Clone Wars? Let's explore the depths of it in the video. Obi-Wan takes a deep breath and regards his young apprentice as he enters the council chambers. There is a wariness in the looks they give him. Thanks to the recent Battle of Geonosis, although the Republic has claimed victory, it was draining on the two of them and the Jedi Order as a whole. It was also not decisive enough to stop the CIS from escaping with most of their droid army. This means that the Jedi and their new clones must now hunt them down and defeat them across the galaxy. Already there are rumors that the droids are starting to attack some Outer Rim territories. The Jedi Council will discuss that, but first, they need to handle this.
Skywalker, speak to Yuidu about the events of Geonosis. Difficult they were for you, yes?
Yes, Master, but not just for me. I think everyone had a difficult time there.
Yes, but particularly challenging it was for you. Heard about the decision you had to make on the gunship with Padme. We have.
Master, I know that we aren't allowed to hold attachments, but it was difficult, and I wasn't thinking clearly.
Difficult, yes. And yet in the end, chose the greater good, you did. Not punishing you, we are. Rewarding you, we will.
Skywalker, we won't pretend we approve of how attached you are to the Senator. In fact, we expect you to handle that, and soon. However, we also understand you were given a difficult task and a near impossible choice. In the end, you did your duty, at a great cost to yourself. Master, I'm grateful you see things that way.
Yes, agreed. We have to make you a master for your actions.
A master? Surely you're joking. Master Yoda. Master Windu? Do I look like the type who jokes, young one? Yes, I know this is unprecedented. I have made that point very clear to everyone here. However, Obi-Wan has said you display a level of competence far above your status as a Padawan, and this situation has shown that when push comes to shove, you will do what's best for the galaxy. Still, a Jedi Master. I don't know what to say. I'm overwhelmed.
You have earned it, my friend. I'm proud to see how far you've come.
One more thing we wish to make clear, though, is that the rank is provisional. The Jedi Council reserves the right to strip you of it if it finds just cause.
Whether you keep it or not depends on your actions. It does.
Yes. Be warned, Skywalker. If you accept this rank, you will accept all the responsibilities and expectations that come with it. You must behave as befitting of your status. Understood? Of course, Master. I will strive to be worthy of it.
Good. Now rest, you two should. Difficult this time has been for you, and long is the road we must still walk.
Obi-Wan and Anakin both bow before leaving the chambers, letting the Jedi Council relax and consider their next move. They meant what they said about Anakin, but there was also much they weren't telling him. The position was also equally political and pragmatic, as it was based on merit. They lost many Jedi Masters on Geonosis, and they cannot easily be replaced. Many promising Jedi had to be promoted to fill the ranks. Aside from that, footage of the battle and reports of Anakin's actions have been spread by the Senate. They said it was to raise morale, and in that way, they were correct in the regard. Thus, now the HoloNet is filled with chatter about Anakin, how daring his rescue was, how brave he was to try and fight Dooku and stop the war. Even though he lost his hand, many call him a hero. Meanwhile, support for the Jedi is at an all-time low. Making him a master would help shorten support for them. In the last few weeks after the promotion, Anakin is quick to enjoy many of the privileges that his new position grants him. The most notable amongst these is access to the restricted section of the Jedi Archives. Though not scholarly, Anakin appreciates the wealth of knowledge it has to provide. He studies the stories and abilities that are kept in this place, taking in the new knowledge. There are powers and abilities he's never heard of. The potential is unmatched, especially as he thinks back to the promise he made to Padme of how he would become strong enough that no one would die under him. Aside from that, there was also the respect his status gives him. He can now attend strategy conferences, and even some of the older knights defer to him, and in meetings, he can contradict other Jedi Masters without being rebuked. They also give him the authority to help decide strategies in war. This proves to be a wise decision, as during his earlier battle in a droid manufacturing facility on an asteroid, instead of ordering a head-on assault like what the other Jedi want, Anakin proposes an alternative strategy. He lands with a small strike team and sabotages the machines. It causes a batch of the super battle droids they've produced to suddenly turn and fire on their battle droids. Soon enough, a firefight breaks out that leaves the foreman struggling to put it out and allows the Republic forces to swoop in while the droid forces are distracted. On a barren planet close to Ryloth, the CIS has established a supply depot. Anakin uses some of the strategies he studied from Darth Decilus's wars and strikes with an elite Jedi strike force to draw the defenders out while the clones advance on the factory itself. And then, on a desert world of Jakku, Anakin gathers the scattered tribes and townspeople to resist the CIS when they try to harvest the spice of this planet. Because Anakin now holds the rank of Master, he is able to decide these strategies with greater independence. All of these victories are public and placed on the HoloNet, letting Anakin's face be seen by all the people in the Republic. It is the perfect propaganda tool for the Republic as he showcases the bravery and brilliance of the Republic's military and gives them a face to rally behind. They soon begin to cheer him on for his victories and his compassion for the regular people. The second part becomes clear with Anakin's other role. As a Jedi Master, he is expected to serve as a representative of the Jedi in the Senate, and there he makes heard his concerns about the war and how it's affecting the civilian population clear. Thanks to his secret marriage to Padme, the two are able to trade information, and Anakin can point to concrete cases where the Republic's corruption or indifference has affected the civilian population. This infuriates many senators and makes him many enemies. During one such case, Anakin goes after a senator, part of a committee to provide food to those affected by war. He wants the man impeached and barred from public office. He expects full support of the Jedi, but to his shock, they decline to support that punishment. They agree he should be punished, but he is also one of their allies. Instead, they advocate for him to be removed from the committee and nothing else. Anakin can hardly believe this and tries to protest, but they remind him he is speaking for the Jedi Council, not himself, and so their decision stands. Gritting his teeth, Anakin is forced to soften his tone and pretend to be satisfied as the senator is stripped of his title, but allowed to remain in office. If that was the end of it, Anakin might have been fine, but it isn't. Palpatine repeatedly requests Anakin's presence within the Senate to act as a representative to the Jedi Order, and so he must sit there and listen to the lies the senators give about the war and their own issues. Anakin knows many are lying through their teeth and wants to call them out. He does on some occasions and receives censures from both the Jedi Council and the Senate for speaking out of turn and for disrespecting conduct. The Jedi Council, in particular, takes Anakin to a private meeting and reminds him he is a Jedi Master and is expected to conduct himself as one. This requires him to maintain certain decorum. This time, Anakin cannot keep his temper in check and complains.
I thought I was supposed to be a servant of justice, a keeper of peace, but it seems the laws I serve are just protecting the corrupt. Master, you of all people know Senator Ta is corrupt.
Yes, I know he is. You don't need to tell me twice, but you can't just accuse him on the Senate floor with everyone watching.
As opposed to what? Doing it in private and giving him the chance to cover his tracks, or accuse me of threatening him? I expected this from the Senate, but why are the Jedi against me?
Because like it or not, you are a Jedi Master. A Padawan or Knight might get away with being so blunt, but as a Master, the young ones will turn to you for inspiration, and what you do reflects the Order as a whole.
And they know I wasn't lying about anything.
No one disputes that, Anakin, but how you say something is just as important. Like it or not, we are at war, and this requires...
Hello. Our story begins inside the office of Senator joining us now is Lauren Webster, Piper Sandler's head of investment banking. Just state off the bat, Piper Sandler is not involved in this IPO, but you know this industry, you know how an IPO works, and this will be the biggest IPO of all time. When you read that document, as far-fetched and out of this world as it was, what were you thinking?
I was certainly thinking aspirational, visionary, but let's unpack, for starters, the TAM that you spoke about.
Right. Okay. So you have this document, and you have to say something.
Yes.
And what you say is, we see a world where the market ahead of us is $28.5 trillion, but $26.5 trillion is just AI.
Yep. Yeah. So two observations. First, I think every prospectus has a very lofty TAM in it. So this is not out of the ordinary. It truly is par for the course. The second one is every company going public wants to be able to tell investors we have multiple ways to win and multiple TAMs to be able to touch. So yes, huge numbers. We can kind of quarterback, Monday morning quarterback, what's right, what's wrong in there. But it is saying to investors, we have multiple paths here to really meet that growth outlook that you're investing us to achieve.
Is it believable? The TAM number? Any of it?
I don't know if I've truly believed any TAM put in a prospectus, and I've always been able to poke holes in it. I think probably the one that was the biggest gap for me is really that enterprise application wedge in it. So you saw a very sort of rational stair step. The enterprise application one needs a lot of unpacking, but I think that's part of the story here is that there are really three core pieces, and each of these are going to be foundational to the future of how enterprises deliver services to their customers.
I think what SpaceX is arguing through XAI, which is part of the story, it owns XAI, is that they are going to take on your OpenAIs, Anthropic's, Google's in the market for agentic AI. They talk about how white-collar work will be transformed. But is the TAM, even from a potential investor's perspective, calculable? Whether you believe it or not, there has to be some math involved on how SpaceX would get into that market.
Yeah, look, I think they're already delivering in some of those areas. Certainly on, let's just take the XAI piece and what they're doing with the Colossus data centers and now having Anthropic come in as a key customer there. But that is a market that we are going to hear over and over again throughout this year. You mentioned OpenAI IPO coming up potentially. Really large TAM numbers because it really does touch every part of the enterprise ecosystem and then flowing down into consumer daily life.
We maybe should have started here, but why does the preliminary prospectus matter? What is it that needs to happen, in convincing the market to participate in this IPO?
Yeah, so a good question, and a few areas where it's really critical. One is the storytelling, and I think unpacking that story, there's three core parts that we've talked about in terms of what are you investing in. You're investing in a core space business, really the foundation of SpaceX. Launch rocket where they have a tremendous leg up on the competition and have really bent the cost curve associated with the future space economy. Two is really telling the story around autonomy and connectivity for that autonomy at the edge with Starlink, and that we as Starlink are going to be able to power the connectivity required for everything we're going to do with autonomous vehicles, robots, go down the list. And then three is really the AI piece. So that's the storytelling. And then, of course, you also have the numbers behind that, risks associated with it, and informing investors of what they're getting into. But first and foremost, telling that story.
Prior to the offering, Elon Musk has 85.1% voting power based on the structure of the shares. Historically, in big IPOs, how has that been a factor?
Yeah, so you've certainly seen across the tech industry these, dual share classes where founders retain significant, if not nearly total control in terms of what
super voting share class.
Exactly. I think for Musk in particular, he has a very long leash with investors in terms of capital-intensive projects, in part because what he's delivered with Tesla, what he's been able to do in the space economy today. And so while, there is some potential caution, it's not unexpected that he would retain this type of control, and we've certainly seen it in prior tech IPOs.
We just have about a minute left. What do you think is going to happen? How do you think this is going to go? Draw on your experience.
Yeah. So a few things. I'm really looking forward to the Starship launch this evening because
How critical is that?
I think it is important. It is not binary. What it does is we're already seeing tremendous investor enthusiasm around the SpaceX IPO. I think that enthusiasm holds even if Starship doesn't go up. Musk and SpaceX have primed us to understand there is failure when you're doing big things, but if it goes well this evening, I think that creates even greater enthusiasm and sort of creates the crescendo around this opportunity, which is, of course, what he's hoping for.
3 people were stabbed at a crowded Rhode Island beach yesterday as hundreds of teenagers took over the area. Officials say the 3 victims sustained minor stab wounds, while D.C.'s top prosecutor, U.S. Attorney Jeanine Pirro, taking a new approach to combat these teen takeovers, saying she plans to punish the parents.
Parents have a fundamental responsibility to control their children. It's their children, not the government's children. And in the end, if parents do not step up and stand in the place of their children, then we're going to prosecute the parents and the children.
This follows a string of chaotic scenes across the country, with the most recent brawl inside a Washington, D.C. Chipotle.
You can hear me. Welcome to our launch live stream of Starship Flight. Interesting. Okay. Fourth time.
Taking a look at the hole that tripped on that arm for the quick disconnect on the tower.
Rehearsal sounded like today anyway, so my thought was they were probably going to basically do a wet dress rehearsal,
sounding like,
and if it all looks good,
in place.
Countdown clock's moving. Their plans. I've been a huge fan of Firefly and of Blue Origin and of Stoke and everyone trying to do cool things in space. I am an optimist. I like to study the engineering decisions and study the why and how of why people are doing the things they're doing. And I find joy in actually the people trying to do the things. I'm not someone that's going to sit here and go, they can't do that, because I think I know better than the thousands of people working on this vehicle. Sure, you can have your gripes with a CEO if you want. That's fine. I don't agree with everything at all that of any CEO from any company, or frankly with any other human, like one-on-one. But I generally am aligned on the engineering decisions that I see, and the just the fact that we're seeing the world's most powerful rocket on the launch pad right now, full of fuel, getting ready to potentially be a huge paradigm shift. If you were to bet right now, you can hear me. Welcome to our launch live stream of Starship.
Spherist. Well, my friends, in a move that I certainly say that I did not expect here in 2026, OPEC is changing, and that is really something that is going to affect oil. Now, not expanding, as one may normally think, but rather shrinking, which is a really big deal. The United Arab Emirates would go and announce on April 28th, 2026, that it was withdrawing from both OPEC and the OPEC Plus Declaration of Cooperation, effective May 1st. And at the time that I'm making this here on May 8th in the evening of 2026, that information has not changed. And I really hope that it does not before this video goes out, or else I'm going to look incredibly stupid. But what is so fascinating here is that this decision is something that was conveyed through state news agency WAM and was confirmed by Energy Minister Suhail al-Mazrei in subsequent media appearances. It came out of the blue. It was just announced. There was no formal, notice, weeks advance, anything, just 3 days. That's it. The exit would end approximately 59 years of UAE membership, dating back to Abu Dhabi's ascension in 1967, and interestingly enough, it follows some other exits, with Qatar leaving in 2019 and Angola in January of 2024, which means that we've had 3 different members withdraw over the course of 7 years, and that is not something that had ever really happened in OPEC's entire history. This is actually something that is very fascinating because I do not believe that many people were paying attention, or at least not paying too close of attention when the previous 2 countries left. But now that a third has, and it is a Gulf state, the largest one among them to do so, the world has been rightfully wondering, what exactly is going on?
Side note, I know, but my wife and I genuinely do enjoy building beds together because we unfortunately have a tendency to break them. Don't look at me like that, it's not what you think. When my wife and I first got married, she asked me a question about wrestling moves and how like a German suplex works because she saw or heard of it and she didn't think that it was real or could function. And I told her, hey, I could do this. And she's like, no, you can't. And I said, yes, I can. Watch this. So I took her to the bedroom and then I German suplexed her onto our bed and proceeded to break it. And this is when we had like no money to do anything. So we lived on a broken bed for like years. This time though, we didn't actually break one of our beds. So we're building a new guest bed for our guest room here. That is a Japanese joinery bed, which is thanks to FlexiSpot.
And thank you to FlexiSpot for sponsoring this video. And for those of you who are not familiar with what FlexiSpot is, they are an amazing ergonomic and space-saving furniture company that produces, I mean, they're famous for like desks and also chairs, which is like half the furniture in my house here at this point, but also now beds. As the name implies with it being a joinery bed, there's no screws or anything you have to put into this. It's using Japanese joinery technique, which is literally carving the wood in such a way that the overlapping slots of it actually fit in and it connects and holds itself up. So there's no like power drills or anything else that is necessary, no screwdriver even or anything simple like that. No, you just join it all together. And historically, the Japanese had to do this because, quite frankly, the quality of their iron sucked. And so every time there was a major fire, they would have peasants that would search through the fire to literally pull the nails out of beams because they had no other real sources of iron. There we go. Oh, wait, nope, not this one. There's this one. There we go. You literally just tie this in. It's like no tools, no nothing. Just hand tighten and boom. That's just one. And then there's 3 others and that's it. But easiest part of this whole thing. Honestly, that's like the final product. Genuinely, this is actually incredibly cool. And it's so easy because I don't have to actually do anything with any tools. Sustainably sourced, super durable, and simultaneously no squeaking. I mean, no squeaking. Yeah, I guess this is my my new guest room bed, and honestly, the price is so good for the quality that you're actually getting for this thing. And if you want a discount, you can actually click the link down in my description and get an even better price. So I'm telling you right now, don't miss out on the quality that you're going to get with this and a good night's sleep. Might even want to listen to my videos while you do so. The announcement that we're talking about here would land one day before a scheduled OPEC Plus video conference, and during the 2026 Iran war that, at the time that, again, I am making this here in early May, it is still technically ongoing. The reason that I bring that up is because I am sure you who is watching this is aware that oil sourcing and prices have been a bit screwed as of late. OPEC's March production levels would collapse 27% to 20.79 million barrels per day, the largest single-month supply contraction in the organization's history. Brent crude would reach a wartime high near $126 per barrel during the conflict before retreating towards $111 by the time that the announcement date went out, and now we await to see what has come next. In fact, I'm actually struggling to think of, even at the time that I'm doing this, what the actual price of oil is, because I believe now from the time this video goes up, it has gone up. So everything is screwy, and we are just trying to wait again and see what is going to happen next. But the reason I say that, the reason that I am bringing up all of these points, my friends, is that a lot of you are probably wondering why this is happening. Why is this a big deal? What exactly is going to happen next, and how is this going to affect oil, which inevitably, and I know it sounds weird to focus on this, but it's accurate, affects everything. And that is just a part and parcel of living in the modern day and age. Well, my friends, here on The History of Everything, we are going to answer exactly those questions. But in order to do so, we have to go back and look at some context first so you can understand what exactly OPEC is, what the UAE's relationship with it has been. And so in order to be able to explain that, we're going to need to dive into the past. Now, when I say that, I'm not going to dwell too much on this, as in my previous videos, we have talked about OPEC before, but I do not think that we have properly explained it in its entirety and why it exists. And that is something that is honestly just not right. We are supposed to cover everything, and that is exactly what we are going to do. Basically, to go back to the beginning, the Organization of Petroleum Exporting Countries, commonly known as OPEC, is a cartel of oil-producing nations founded back in 1960. And its primary purpose is to coordinate and unify the petroleum policies of its member countries to ensure the stabilization of oil markets in order to ensure an efficient, economic, and regular supply of petroleum to consumers, a steady income to producers, and a fair return on capital for those who are investing in the petroleum industry. Basically, OPEC exists to make sure that prices get neither too high or too low while still maintaining profits in order to be able to keep these countries going that have large oil industries. Before OPEC, the global oil industry was something that was dominated by the Seven Sisters, a group of Anglo-American multinational oil companies such as what would later become Shell, BP, Exxon, and Chevron, which I'm sure you're already familiar with those names. These companies essentially controlled oil production, pricing, and refining in the Middle East and just about everywhere, often keeping the price of crude oil low in order to maximize their own refining margins and profits. But as time went on, things were going to change. In the 1950s, the influx of Soviet oil and a glut of supply would cause oil prices to drop. And the host governments of the areas where it is that all this oil was coming from in the first place felt that the entire system was just not fair. They were not receiving a fair share of the profits for their own natural resources. And so, in response, representatives from Iran, Iraq, Kuwait, Saudi Arabia, Venezuela, they would go meet in Baghdad in September of 1960 to form OPEC. Now, their initial goal was to gain greater control over their national resources and increase the price of oil to levels that they deemed fair, and this is the way that things worked from that point. Now, as for the UAE, the United Arab Emirates, at the time of OPEC's founding, the territory that would become the UAE did not yet exist as an independent nation. The 7 sheikdoms of the lower Persian Gulf Coast, this being Abu Dhabi, Dubai, Sharjah, Ajman, Al Quwain, Ras Al Khaimah, and Fujairah, were collectively known as the Trucial States, a British protectorate that was established through a series of treaties in the 19th century, beginning with the General Treaty of Peace back in 1820 and the Perpetual Maritime Truce of 1853. Basically, Britain would handle the foreign affairs of these small little sheikdoms and the defense of these territories, while their hereditary rulers would manage their own internal governance. But they were still under British rule overall. Oil had been discovered in commercial quantities in Abu Dhabi back in 1958 at the Shaif offshore field, with the first exports being in 1962. And that is something that would transform what had been a very impoverished pearl fishing and date farming economy into a rapidly emerging petroleum power. After this, Dubai would follow with its own oil discovery at the Fatah field in 1966, with exports then beginning in 1969. And so by the late 1960s, Abu Dhabi in particular was producing significant quantities of crude oil. But the thing is, as this was the Trucial States and not the United Arab Emirates, there was no real independent voice that they had in international petroleum politics because, again, they are not a sovereign state yet. In fact, this is actually something that I want to touch upon here real quick because in a development that is oftentimes misunderstood, the entity that actually joined OPEC in 1967 was not the United Arab Emirates, which again did not exist yet, but rather the Emirate of Abu Dhabi that was acting on its own. Abu Dhabi became a member of OPEC in November of 1967. It was the seventh nation to join the organization after the original five, plus Qatar, which had joined in 1961, and Indonesia and Libya, both of which had joined in 1962. Now, at the time, Abu Dhabi was the only Trucial state that was producing oil in OPEC-relevant quantities. And Sheikh Zayed bin Sultan Al Nahyan, who had become ruler of Abu Dhabi only in August of 1966 after going and deposing his older brother, Sheikh Shakbut, in a peaceful palace coup, would see membership as a means of asserting Abu Dhabi's political and economic standing on the international stage. Now, when I describe that, this is a very unusual circumstance because we have a sub-national entity that is technically speaking, still under British protection, but it is joining what was a organization of sovereign states. Still, OPEC would go and accept Abu Dhabi because of its growing oil production and the political importance of expanding Arab membership in the organization. Now, that situation is something that would change fundamentally on December 2nd, 1971, when 6 of the 7 Trucial states, Abu Dhabi, Dubai, Sharjah, Ajman, Al Quwain, and Fujairah, would go and federate to form the United Arab Emirates, following Britain's announcement in 1968 that it was going to withdraw from east of Suez and end its protectorate obligations. Ras Al Khaimah would go and join the federation on February 10th, 1972, and that is what would end up completing the 7-Emirate Union, thus forming the UAE. Sheikh Zayed of Abu Dhabi would become the first president of the UAE, and Sheikh Rashid bin Zayed Al Maktoum of Dubai would become the first vice president and prime minister, which is an arrangement reflecting Abu Dhabi's status as the wealthiest and largest emirate, as it, if you saw any of the previous videos that I did on this, contains around 87% of the Federation's entire territory and the overwhelming majority of its oil reserves. This is something that was balanced against Dubai's commercial importance, and that is something that would evolve over time. Following the formation of the UAE, Abu Dhabi's OPEC membership was effectively transferred to the new federation, and thus it is at this point that the UAE assumed Abu Dhabi's seat at OPEC, becoming the organization's representative for all 7 emirates. Now, in practice, however, OPEC dealings with the UAE have always been dominated by Abu Dhabi, which, I mean, if you're looking at the total amount of oil that is controlled, Abu Dhabi controls now around 96% of the country's oil reserves, around 90-something to 100 billion barrels of proven reserves, which makes the UAE home to the world's 7th largest proven oil reserves. Dubai's reserves were always very modest and have largely since this point been depleted, which is one of the key reasons why, with time, Dubai would pivot decades ago to building its own economy around trade, finance, tourism, real estate, and logistics, whereas Abu Dhabi continued to rely heavily on hydrocarbons. So just a little bit of information for anyone who's curious why, if they have so much oil, what exactly is going on? And why is Dubai focused on all this diversification efforts? It's because Dubai never really had much oil in the first place. They had a little bit to get them started, but they really had to become a trade hub and an investor in so many other areas to actually develop themselves. Anyway, for the first decade that it existed, OPEC had very limited impacts, as the Seven Sisters still held significant sway in the overall oil market. But after the geopolitical landscape began to shift dramatically in the 1970s, so too did the market. The pivotal moment would first come with the Yom Kippur War in 1973, where, in support of Egypt and Syria, OPEC Arab members, led by Saudi Arabia, would impose an oil embargo on nations that were perceived as supporting Israel, especially the United States and the Netherlands. This would trigger the 1973 oil crisis, where the price of oil would quadruple from roughly $3 per barrel to $12. That is something that would demonstrate OPEC's immense power to influence the global economy and would shift the balance of power away from Western oil companies to the sovereign states where the oil was actually located, much to the annoyance of the Western states that began to suffer greatly because of it. Now, this era was something that was further cemented by the Iranian Revolution of 1979, which caused a massive drop in Iranian production. And although this was a supply shock rather than a deliberate OPEC cut, prices would still skyrocket again, peaking near $40 a barrel. So think on this in the first place. By the beginning of the decade, we're talking $3 a barrel, and this goes all the way up to $40. That is insane. For the UAE, which was then under the leadership of Sheikh Zayed bin Sultan Al Nahyan as president of the Federation and ruler of Abu Dhabi, the second oil shock is something that generated an enormous windfall of revenues at exactly the moment when the country was investing heavily in its own nation building. ADNOC, ADNOC, which had been founded in 1971, that is something that was rapidly developing institutional capacity for the United Arab Emirates and its oil. And the UAE's production was around 1.8 million barrels per day in 1979, a very significant amount. The price surge meant that even with the more modest production volumes that they had at the time in comparison to now, the UAE was earning revenues that dwarfed anything that it had received during the entire decade prior to the 1973 embargo in just like 1 year. Because of this, Sheikh Zayed would go and channel these revenues into ambitious development programs. The Sheikh Zayed Road Network, federal universities, hospitals, housing projects, the foundations of what would become the Abu Dhabi Investment Authority, which was formally established in 1976 but began to receive a massive inflow of cash after this period would happen. Basically, anything and everything that they could throw money at, they started to do so. And the UAE also continued its pattern of generous foreign aid to other Arab states, Muslim-majority countries, and developing nations using oil wealth as a tool of soft power that built diplomatic capital across multiple regions. This is where they really started to gain power, not just for themselves, but globally. Also, at the same time that I'm describing that, the Iranian Revolution would fundamentally alter how the UAE would handle its own security. And this is something that really needs to be touched upon, because while it is that the previous years, as I described, allowed the UAE to build up its own soft power, it really did not have the population or military capability of actually standing up on its own. It needed other larger powers around it to actually handle regional security. So the Shah of Iran had been a key pillar of the Western-aligned regional order, and his fall created a lot of uncertainty about what exactly the future of Iran was going to be and what it was going to do or what its intentions were with the Arab Gulf states. The new Islamic Republic's revolutionary rhetoric, which called for the export of the revolution and challenged the legitimacy of any monarchical Arab governments, was deeply alarming to Abu Dhabi and the other Gulf capitals. In addition to that, Iran's seizure of 3 islands, Abu Masa and the Greater and Lesser Tums in 1971 from Sharjah and Ras Al Khaimah just days before the UAE would go and federate, that had already, with the Shah, created a territorial dispute that the Shah had managed, but now the Islamic Republic was inheriting that issue, and that was not something that was ever going to get resolved. The revolutionary government's hostile posturing meant that the island dispute became a permanent feature of UAE-Iranian relations and remains unresolved to this day. These tensions would push the UAE closer to Saudi Arabia and other conservative Gulf monarchies and the United States, creating the conditions for the formation of the Gulf Cooperation Council, the GCC, in May of 1981. And that is something that would bring together the UAE, Saudi Arabia, Kuwait, Qatar, Bahrain, and Oman in a security and economic alliance that was largely designed to counterbalance both the revolutionary forces of Iran and revolutionary movements in general, as these were very conservative Islamic governments that did not want potential upheaval to take place. Now, for anyone who is wondering why it is that I'm going on about all these different details of context, etc., about the United Arab Emirates and its relations with the states around it, you have to understand the way that the UAE was to know why it is behaving the way that it is today. Because the GCC, that is something that would bind the Gulf states together. Yes, it is something that would absolutely do that. But at the same time that that happened, the events of the 1980s and beyond were going to start showing just how fragile this relationship actually was, especially with Saudi Arabia. First event to do this was the Iran-Iraq War, which began in September of 1980 when Saddam Hussein's Iraq would go and invade Iran, and that would dramatically complicate OPEC dynamics over the course of the entirety of the 80s. As, remember, both belligerents were major OPEC producers, and both decided to pump aggressive amounts of oil in order to fund their war efforts, oftentimes with little regard for OPEC's quota system or market discipline. As one would expect from a sudden increase of supply, this would collapse the price of oil initially, which had peaked at around $40 a barrel, or the equivalent of what is now like $140 to $160 per barrel today, depending on the year that you're looking at in the early 1980s. The UAE, under the continued leadership of Sheikh Zayed bin Sultan Al Nahyan as president and Sheikh Rashid bin Zayed Al Maktoum of Dubai as vice president and prime minister, would find itself in a rather enviable position of they were now able to generate stupid amounts of revenue that were able to be channeled into ambitious infrastructure projects, development of federal government institutions, the establishment of sovereign wealth vehicles, most notably the Abu Dhabi Investment Authority, the ADIA, which, yes, had been founded back in 1976, as I said before, but because of this, was now able to rapidly accumulate assets over the course of the 80s. However, even with me saying that, the very success of OPEC's pricing power during the 1970s and the early 1980s, that is something that would sow the seeds of future crises, as the high prices would go and stimulate both demand destruction in consuming countries, which went and invested heavily in energy efficiency and alternative fuels so that they weren't dependent so much on oil, and supply expansion in non-OPEC regions like the North Sea, Mexico, and Alaska meant that other sources of oil were able to be sought, and that is something that meant that OPEC didn't have as much power. By 1982, OPEC was forced, for the first time in its history, to introduce formal production quotas to defend their own prices, which had collapsed and continued to fall over the course of the 80s, with the organization setting a ceiling of 18 million barrels per day distributed among its members. As for the UAE's role in all this, they were assigned a quota of approximately 1.1 million barrels per day, which the country generally accepted, though Abu Dhabi's oil officials would privately express concerns that the quota system did not adequately reflect the Emirates' production capacity, which exceeded 1.5 million barrels per day. So even though they were capable of producing that, they had to reduce their overall output by a third, practically. Saudi Arabia would take on the role of being a swing producer, cutting its production dramatically to defend prices, or increasing its production as needed in order to be able to not let prices get too high, while the UAE and other members were bound to their quotas, but they would frequently exceed their assigned quotas, though the overproduction was modest in comparison to that of more egregious cheaters like Nigeria, Venezuela, and Iran, which, as I said before, had a death war to fund. Now, regardless, this is something that would contribute to the downward pressure on prices over the course of the early to mid-1980s, and it is because of this, the crisis came to a dramatic head in 1986. This being when Saudi Arabia, frustrated by the persistent quota cheating of fellow OPEC members and the continued erosion of its own market share, which had fallen from over 10 million barrels per day in 1980 to less than 3 million barrels per day by 1985, and that is a huge amount, would abandon its swing producer role and dramatically increase its production through a strategy known as netback pricing. The result was catastrophic for oil markets, with the price collapsing from around $27 per barrel in late 1985 to below $10 per barrel by mid-1986. Mind you, this is down from what had been less than a decade ago of 40. The UAE was significantly affected by this collapse, as oil revenues would plummet and the country was forced to delay or cancel various development projects. Within OPEC, the UAE would generally support Saudi Arabia's eventual return to a quota-based system later in 1986, finally recognizing that price collapse is something that hurts all producers, though tensions over quota allocation and compliance is something that would persist throughout the remainder of the decade and way beyond, And keep in mind when I say that, that is something that is relevant to the very issue that we were talking about now in 2026. Either way, though, one of the key reasons for all of this was that the Iran-Iraq War, which had raged throughout the entire decade until its conclusion in August of 1988, is something that complicated things. The UAE, like other Gulf Cooperation Council states, was generally aligned with Iraq during the conflict and would provide substantial financial support to Saddam Hussein's regime, while simultaneously maintaining commercial and pragmatic relations with Iran, especially through Dubai, which became a very important trading hub for goods reaching the Iranian market despite international sanctions. This delicate balancing act would extend into OPEC meetings, where the UAE would oftentimes play a mediating role between Iranian and Iraqi delegations, who would frequently clash over quota allocations, with both countries demanding higher production allowances in order to be able to further fund their war efforts. And then they would just do this anyway. So that is where things get really bad. As the 1980s draw to a close, tensions over OPEC quota compliance would reach a very dangerous breaking point, because in 1990, oil prices had fallen back to around $15 to $18 per barrel. And Iraq, which was emerging from its devastating war with Iran, had massive debts and a very damaged economy, with basically nothing gained from the conflict whatsoever. And they, as a result of this, became an increasingly vocal critic of Kuwait, the UAE, and others. They blamed them for the depressed oil prices, accusing both countries of systematically exceeding their OPEC quotas and engaging in what Saddam Hussein called economic warfare against Iraq. In a now infamous speech in July of 1990, Saddam specifically would accuse Kuwait and the UAE of costing Iraq billions of dollars through their overproduction, which is likely true, yes, but it really is at this point like the pot calling the kettle black. Like, yes, the UAE had indeed been producing above its quota of around 1.1 million barrels per day. Yes, they were. They absolutely were. And they hastily would agree at an OPEC meeting in late July of 1990 to cut production back to their actual assigned quota. But by this point, that concession came way too late in order to alter Saddam's calculations. And so it was on August 2nd, 1990, that Iraqi forces would invade Kuwait, and so we have the Gulf War. Crazy how that happens, I know. The Gulf War in turn had major implications for the UAE's role in OPEC, as the country provided crucial logistical and financial support to the US-led coalition that would eventually liberate Kuwait in early 1991. And during the period of war, when Iraq and Kuwaiti production was effectively removed from the world markets, because remember, all the oil fields are being destroyed, the UAE, along with Saudi Arabia, would dramatically increase their own production to fill the supply gap, with the UAE output rising to over 2 million barrels per day by late 1990. That is up from their quota of what it had been of 1.1 million, practically doubling what they were making. This experience would essentially cement the UAE's reputation as a fairly reliable supplier and a moderate force within OPEC, something that was willing to use its production capacity to stabilize markets, which, yes, of course, they were benefiting from this heavily in the first place by increasing production when prices were high, sure, but also at the same time that they did this, the UAE would support the continued exclusion of Iraqi oil from formal OPEC quota arrangements, while Iraq remained under United Nations sanctions, a position that aligned with Saudi and Kuwaiti preferences, and Iraq absolutely hated. So Iraq basically couldn't do anything during this time. And that, as you can expect, would lead to a number of hard feelings. But it's okay, because from this point, though, throughout the 1990s, the UAE would largely adopt a relatively low profile. They didn't do anything crazy like it is that they had been doing, focusing more on quietly expanding their production capacity, while at the same time generally adhering to assigned quotas. So even if they could technically pump a lot more, they weren't really doing this. They were just increasing their ability to do it in the first place. So, under the continued leadership of Sheikh Zayed, and with the increasingly prominent role of his sons, especially Crown Prince Sheikh Khalifa bin Zayed Al Nahyan, the UAE would pursue a strategy of maximizing their long-term value of their hydrocarbon resources, rather than seeking short-term price spikes that might accelerate the development of alternative energy sources or help non-OPEC supply. ADNOC would continue to develop new fields and enhance recovery from the existing ones, gradually building production capacity that by the end of the decade had reached 2.5 million barrels per day. And that is something that would only go up. This is something that was great for them because oil prices remained relatively stable at $15 to $20 per barrel over the course of the mid-90s, But there was a dramatic price collapse in 1998 when the prices would fall below $10 per barrel due to a combination of the Asian financial crisis, which reduced demand in Asia, one of the largest consumers of oil that was up and coming, and also there was an ill-timed decision that OPEC made to increase production in late 1997, right as the crash was taking place. Despite the setback, the UAE was an active participant in the emergency production cuts that OPEC would implement in 1998 and 1999, working closely with Saudi Arabia, Mexico, which was a non-OPEC producer at the time, and Venezuela in what became known as the Riyadh Pact. That is something that would help to successfully restore prices to the more reasonable $25 to $30 range by the year 2000. And that episode is something that would foreshadow the later OPEC Plus cooperation framework, but we're not quite there yet. Instead, what it is that we need to do now here, my friends, is we have to talk about the time that changed everything as we know it, not just for the Middle East, but also for the world in general. The first decade of the 21st century is something that would bring what many analysts called commodity super cycling. Prices began climbing in 1999 to 2000, and this is something that paused during the post 9/11 recession, then began another climb that would take Brent crude from around $25 per barrel in 2003 to $147 per barrel by July of 2008. As for why that was happening in the first place, the drivers of it were multiple. You had surging Chinese demand as the country's industrial economy was expanding rapidly. You had more constrained non-OPEC supply growth, despite high prices. You had geopolitical risks with the Iraq war because the US was doing its thing in the Middle East, and increasing speculation in oil's futures markets as financial investors were flooding into commodities. Oh, hi. Do you like oil, my dear? You are the most American cat I've ever heard. Yes, hello. This is Moonbeam, everyone. She enjoys tales of horror, and also her tail in my face. Anyway, regardless of why it happened, for the UAE, these years would bring about unprecedented wealth. Government revenues would soar, sovereign wealth funds would grow dramatically, and Dubai's debt-fueled construction boom would create the iconic skyline that would define the city's global image. Like the whole reason why Dubai looks the way that it does and transformed from a little desert backhole into what it is today is this time period. The UAE's production during this period would grow gradually from around 2.2 million barrels per day in the early 2000s to 2.7 million by 2008. But the price increases meant revenues would grow far faster than actual production volumes. They really couldn't keep up with it. It sounds weird, but generally speaking, within OPEC, the 2000s was a period of relative cohesion where everyone got along because the very high prices of the day reduced the temptation to cheat on their own quotas. The cartel's main challenges were actually managing prices on the upside, as in preventing them from going way too high that they triggered demand destruction or accelerated the development of alternatives, rather than defending prices from going lower. So, as a result, OPEC made several production increases during the 2000s, attempting to moderate price. Though this is often something that was criticized by consuming countries like the United States for not increasing enough. The UAE would generally align with Saudi Arabia's market management approach during this period, and they would support moderate production increases when prices would spike and accepting the cartel's broader strategy. It was, overall, pretty good for them. But remember, what goes up must come down, and this is something that complicates things. The 2008 financial crisis and the resulting price collapse, this being from around $147 per barrel in July of 2008 to around $32 per barrel by December of 2008, that was a sharp shock that prompted dramatic OPEC action. In late 2008, OPEC would announce production cuts of 4.2 million barrels per day, the largest in its entire history up to this point, and the UAE would participate fully in implementing these cuts. That crisis is something that would hit Dubai especially hard as its real estate bubble burst and the Emirates' debts, which was estimated at around $80 to $100 billion, threatened a major default. In late 2009 and 2010, Abu Dhabi would provide emergency financial support to Dubai, including a $10 billion bond purchase that allowed Dubai to meet its immediate obligations. This bailout would fundamentally rebalance power within the UAE Federation, making Dubai more dependent on Abu Dhabi's oil-derived wealth and reducing Dubai's previous semi-autonomous economic posture. In fact, the big tower that we all know of, the Burj Khalifa, that wasn't supposed to be called the Burj Khalifa. That was the Burj Dubai. It was renamed the Burj Khalifa in honor of the Abu Dhabi ruler whose financial support had saved the entire project and the emirate in general. From this point, my friends, the early 2010s would see oil prices recover to around $100 per barrel, and the OPEC framework and relationship of its members did remain fairly solid. But it is at this point, why are you digging your claws into me there, Moonbeam? I'm sorry, I know you don't like me talking about towers, but ow. So it is, my friends, that things would recover a bit after this. The early 2010s would see oil prices recover to around $100 per barrel, and the OPEC framework and relationship of its members remained fairly solid. But at the same time that everything that I'm talking about was going on, everything was about to rapidly change again. And the reason for that is because of something that is arguably the most fundamental challenge to OPEC's market power since its entire founding: the American shale oil revolution. Basically, to explain this, beginning around 2010 and then accelerating dramatically in subsequent years, U.S. oil production would grow from less than 500,000 barrels per day to over 9 million barrels per day by 2019. This is something that would fundamentally alter the global oil supply picture and create a new swing producer, something that could operate outside of OPEC's control. For the UAE and other OPEC members, this development would present an existential strategic question, because they didn't know what to do with it. Should the organization go and defend prices through production cuts? Which, if they did that, yes, it could help oil prices, but it would cede market share to American producers. Or should they defend their own market share through maintaining or even increasing production, which could suppress prices and potentially bankrupt the higher cost producers of the United States? Because shale operators, especially in the beginning, they did not have good profits. So if they could punish them by dropping things to a price that was below operating costs, there was no way they would be able to function. This is the question that would be passed back and forth for years and would eventually come to a head in November of 2014, when Saudi Arabia, with the support of the UAE and Kuwait, would push through a controversial OPEC decision to maintain production levels despite collapsing prices, in an attempt to defend market share and force higher cost producers, like the American shale I talked about, out of the market. UAE Energy Minister Suhail al-Mozreh, who had taken office back in 2013, would publicly support this strategy, arguing that price defense through production cuts was futile when so much new supply was emerging from outside of OPEC. Oil prices would thus collapse from over $100 per barrel in mid-2014 to under $30 per barrel by early 2016, which would cause severe fiscal stress across all OPEC members, including the UAE, which was forced to implement austerity measures, including a value-added tax that they had to implement in 2018, and would accelerate economic diversification efforts because they realized there is no way in hell we are going to be able to be entirely dependent on just oil. Really, by late 2016, it had become clear that the strategy of defending market share had not worked as intended. American shale producers had proven way more resilient than expected, having dramatically reduced their break-even cost through technological innovation, while OPEC members and other producers like Russia were suffering severe economic damage. This realization led to one of the most significant developments in OPEC's history: the formation of OPEC Plus, through the Declaration of Cooperation signed in Vienna on December 10, 2016. Which would bring together the 13 OPEC members with 11 non-OPEC producers, most importantly, Russia. All of this in a coordinated effort to manage global oil supply and keep prices higher. The UAE was an enthusiastic supporter of this new framework, with Minister al-Mozreh playing an active role in the negotiations that led to its creation. Under the initial OPEC Plus agreement, the UAE would commit to cut production by 139,000 barrels per day from their October 2016 reference level of 3 million barrels, bringing their production to around 2.874 million barrels per day. Everyone else would follow a similar pattern. And so, throughout the late 2010s, the UAE would generally maintain good compliance with OPEC Plus's agreements, while continuing its strategy of expanding underlying production capacity. However, as time went on, structural tension between the UAE and OPEC, this is something that was building. Abu Dhabi had announced ambitious plans to increase production capacity to 4 million barrels per day by 2020, and then 5 million barrels by 2030. Mind you, they were only producing around half of that at this time, And this is something that would require billions of dollars in investment in upstream development. Yet despite these efforts, OPEC quotas were calculated based on baselines that didn't actually reflect this expanded capacity, meaning the UAE was being asked to keep an increasing share of their own capacity offline relative to their peers. And they didn't like that. But hey, even with these tensions, it really shouldn't be a problem as long as demand remains relatively stable and nothing shuts down the global economy, right? Oh yeah, it's COVID time. The arrival of the COVID-19 pandemic in early 2020 would create the most severe demand shock in oil market history, with global consumption falling by around 20 to 25 million barrels per day at the peak of lockdowns in April of 2020. Compounding this crisis was a brief but consequential dispute between Saudi Arabia and Russia in March of 2020, which led to the temporary collapse of the OPEC Plus agreement and a price war that would see Saudi Arabia and the UAE briefly increase production to record levels, with the UAE producing around 4 million barrels per day in April of 2020, way above their previous quotas. This combined demand collapse and supply surge would cause oil prices to crash to historic lows, including the famous incident on April 20th, 2020, when WTI futures would briefly trade at negative prices due to storage constraints. That is right. They basically had to give away oil, or just they were losing money on anything that they produced. And that was a really bad thing. This crisis was eventually resolved through the largest production cut agreement in OPEC Plus history, signed on April 12, 2020, which would eventually remove around 9.7 million barrels per day from the world's market in its initial phase. The UAE would agree to a substantial production cut, with its baseline being established at around 3.168 million barrels per day, and its actual production target falling to around 2.446 million barrels per day during the deepest phase of cuts. Now, that baseline figure of 3.168 million, that would become a source of significant frustration for the UAE in subsequent years, as the country would argue that it did not reflect the substantial investment that they had made trying to expand their way all the way to 5 million since 2018. That is where most people begin to start explaining what has happened now, because this is the part where everything that I have been building up this entire time, this is where it all comes to a head. July of 2021. As OPEC Plus was negotiating extended production cuts that had been implemented after the price collapse of 2020, the UAE, through its energy minister, would publicly object to the terms, demanding a higher baseline that reflected their current capacity of around 3.8 million barrels per day, rather than the 3.17 million baseline that was being used. Saudi Arabia and the UAE would engage in unprecedented public spats, with senior officials going and giving competing television interviews, making their own case, arguing with each other publicly. This dispute would briefly freeze OPEC Plus's decision-making and would raise genuine speculation that the UAE, at this time, might just outright leave the cartel. But after several weeks of tension, a compromise was reached, in which the UAE would receive a higher baseline of around 3.5 million barrels per day, along with similar adjustments for Saudi Arabia, Russia, Iraq, and Kuwait. Everything was peaceful in the end, but we had to talk about this because the 2021 episode was way more significant beyond the just immediate resolution. This is because it demonstrates that the UAE was no longer going to be just a junior partner. They were willing to publicly challenge Saudi Arabia and risk the entire cohesion of OPEC Plus to defend their own interests. It also would showcase broader divergences in the relationship between UAE and Saudi Arabia that had been taking place across multiple different areas. The two countries had been close partners throughout the 2010s, jointly intervening in Yemen against the Houthis from 2015 onwards, jointly imposing the blockade on Qatar from 2017 to 2021, and also supporting various aligned governments and forces across the region. They worked together. They were partners. But by the 2019 to 2020 period, the UAE had begun winding down their military commitment in Yemen. They were frustrated by the conflict's lack of resolution, and they were shifting more towards supporting the southern Yemeni separatist forces, whose interests didn't fully align with Saudi-backed Yemeni government forces. The UAE was also way more reluctant than Saudi Arabia to fully reconcile with Qatar after the Alula agreement that ended the blockade in January of 2021. Along with this, the UAE's August 2020 normalization with Israel through the Abraham Accords, that had been pursued without close coordination with Saudi Arabia, which was far more cautious about formal Israeli ties, as Saudi Arabia still saw itself as the leader of the Arab Muslim world. And that's just the geopolitics. The economic aspects of the UAE-Saudi competition would intensify over the course of the 2020s, with Saudi Arabia under Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman launching Vision 2030 that began to aggressively pursue the exact same type of economic diversification, foreign investment, and tourism development that the UAE, especially Dubai, had been pioneering. In 2021, Saudi Arabia would announce that foreign companies that were seeking government contracts had to relocate their regional headquarters to Riyadh by 2024, which, of course, is a direct challenge to Dubai's status as the regional business hub because any businesses that wanted to do major contracts in Saudi Arabia would have to move from Dubai to Riyadh. The two countries were increasingly competing for the exact same type of foreign investment, the same sporting events, the same conferences, the same talent. This competition would spill over into energy policy, with both countries trying to maximize their own hydrocarbon revenues during what they viewed as a transition period before potential peak oil demand, which at the time that I'm making this is right now predicted to take place anywhere between 2030 and 2040. From that point, oil demand is only set to decrease. Still, at the same time this was all happening, Russia's invasion of Ukraine in February of 2022 would create another major test of OPEC Plus unity and the UAE's own positioning, as Western governments would impose sanctions on Russia and would pressure Gulf producers to increase output to offset Russian disruption. The UAE found itself in a very delicate position here. And initially, in early March of 2022, UAE ambassador to the US, Yusuf Al-Otaiba, would actually make comments suggesting that the UAE did support increasing OPEC Plus production, which briefly did drive down prices by a couple dollars. But then within hours, the energy minister, Mazare, would go and publicly reaffirm the UAE's commitment to the existing OPEC Plus framework, and then prices would go and recover because they wanted to keep things high. That episode would really reflect the genuine tensions in UAE policy. They wanted to maintain good relations with Western partners, like the US being the closest security partner of the country, while also maintaining OPEC Plus discipline and the more lucrative relationship they had with Russia. Throughout 2022, the UAE would actually hold firm on OPEC Plus's commitments, despite Western pressure, including even supporting the controversial October 2022 OPEC decision to cut production by 2 million barrels per day, which would draw very sharp criticism from the Biden administration and accuse Saudi Arabia and other producers of effectively supporting Russia's war effort by trying to keep prices high. Fast forward then, and in 2023, OPEC Plus would continue managing markets through a series of voluntary production cuts beyond the formal quota framework. Saudi Arabia would announce an additional voluntary cut of 1 million barrels per day in June of 2023, which extended multiple times into 2024. Other members, including the UAE, would make similar voluntary contributions. Through these mechanisms, OPEC Plus would maintain prices generally in the $75 to $90 range, despite weaker than expected Chinese demand growth and continued US production growth. The UAE would also during this period continue pushing for higher baselines for itself, and at the June 2023 OPEC Plus meeting, it managed to secure a baseline increase to 3.22 million barrels per day for 2024 after it had been dropped previously, with phased increases being planned after this. The June 2024 OPEC meeting would grant a further 300,000 barrel per day uplift to around 3.5 million barrels per day, while ADNOC would disclose crude production capacity of 4.85 million barrels per day. The 5 million barrel target that was set for 2030 was now being accelerated from that point to being able to be achieved by 2027. As a result, the structural gap between the authorized output and the physical capacity that the UAE could actually do, that would widen to 1.4 million barrels per day. But they were still being restricted. They weren't allowed to produce more. And that is something that would continue to be a source of frustration. And really, all the UAE needed at this point was some kind of major catalyst to make their exit from the whole relationship worthwhile. And that catalyst, my friends, that would come in 2026. In January of 2026, prior to the outbreak of the US-Israel war with Iran, Trump had specifically pressured Saudi Arabia and other OPEC nations to bring down the cost of oil while doubling down on threats to use tariffs as leverage. You can call this foreshadowing for what was to come, and you would probably be right, because the conflict that would break out in March would create an unprecedented energy crisis that exposed deep discord among Gulf nations about how to actually respond, with the closure or partial blockage of the Strait of Hormuz creating massive disruptions to oil flows from the region. For the UAE, the war made it a frontline state in ways that it had never really expected, with close to 2 million barrels per day of offshore production being shut in due to the regional crisis. The UAE would absorb this punishment largely alone, and tellingly, Emirati presidential advisor Anwar Gargash would make a pointed public statement at the Gulf Influencers Forum in mid-April of 2026, noting that the political and military response from Gulf Cooperation Council partners had been, quote, the weakest historically, end quote. This frustration, expressed publicly, would turn out to be very ominous, and it was a very clear sign of the rupture that was about to come. The International Energy Agency would report that as Gulf supplies became stuck, OPEC Plus's share of global oil output fell to around 44% in March of 2026 from 48% in February, with further declines being anticipated as production shut-ins became way more pronounced. Things were not looking good. And so, this was it. The stage had been set, and a fateful decision was now finally able to be made. On Tuesday, April 28th, 2026, the United Arab Emirates would publicly announce that it was quitting OPEC, removing its quota limit entirely, with the withdrawal to become effective as of May 1st. This would give just a 3 days notice and end a membership that had begun back in 1967, first through Abu Dhabi, and then through the federal UAE after its formation in 71. The announcement was huge, not only for what it actually was doing in the first place, but the way that it was done, as Saudi Arabia, OPEC's unquestioned leader, would learn of the exit from a press release rather than through any prior consultation or heads up. The withdrawal would officially take effect on Friday, May 1st, marking the formal end of nearly 6 decades of UAE participation in OPEC. And with that exit, OPEC was now reduced to just 12 members: Algeria, the Republic of Congo, Equatorial Guinea, Gabon, Iran, Iraq, Kuwait, Libya, Nigeria, Saudi Arabia, and Venezuela. This being alongside the much diminished broader OPEC Plus framework that since 2016 had also included Russia, Azerbaijan, Kazakhstan, Bahrain, Brunei, Malaysia, Mexico, Oman, South Sudan, and Sudan. Experts immediately observed that the US government would welcome this move for its potential to curb the cartel's pricing power, with the UAE's stated desire to supply more oil than its OPEC quota, potentially helping to push prices down again once the Strait of Hormuz situation was actually resolved. And that, my friends, that is something that we really need to focus on, because many people may be wondering, why? Why would the UAE choose now of all times to do this? After all, the Strait of Hormuz crisis means that it doesn't really matter how much oil you produce if you can't actually get it to the market in the first place. Thing is, that's actually kind of the point. The immediate market impact of the exit is likely to be very limited because the country's near-term production was already being constrained by the Strait of Hormuz closure, with, again, around 2 million barrels per day of offshore production just being shut off, regardless of whatever policy changes they make. Like, they literally can't produce or do anything with it. This meant that the UAE could make its dramatic announcement without actually facing any immediate consequences of trying to flood the market into a chaotic supply situation. At the same time, though, the country was positioning itself for the post-crisis world. They were betting that once shipping through the Gulf normalized, they would be able to ramp up exports aggressively from a position of complete freedom rather than being bound by quota negotiations. This in turn was possible because the alignment with Washington had been years in the making through the Abraham Accords, deepening security partnerships with Israel, and the positioning of Abu Dhabi as an indispensable Gulf ally. Because of all of these things, the OPEC exit was actually fairly natural and easy. There were no real consequences necessarily. As for what the effect of all this is going to be, though, we don't actually really know yet, as it's likely going to take until 2027 for any real changes to hit the market. Alongside that, as for the OPEC reaction in the immediate aftermath, this is something that would be both shock and also damage control. Some OPEC defenders would push back against the UAE's framing of everything being unfair, with one notable example being the Saudi commentator Al-Saban, who dismissed the UAE's stated rationale as nonsense, because in his view, OPEC simply just adjusts production to maintain equilibrium and doesn't really do anything else. But other analysts would emphasize that with the loss of the UAE, a long-standing OPEC member, that is something that could create genuine disarray and weaken the oil cartel, which had historically sought to show a more united front despite internal disagreements over a range of issues, from geopolitics to production quotas, etc. This was actually a really big problem. Perhaps most worrying for OPEC, the Council on Foreign Relations analysis would suggest that if the UAE could prove that leaving OPEC was not actually harmful for them, and in fact beneficial, other countries might consider following suit, which would potentially trigger a cascade effect. Wood Mackenzie would even speculate that the US administration could at some point pressure Venezuela, a founding member as well, to withdraw from OPEC, which would compound the damage to the organization's credibility and influence. Really, my friends, as I'm going and talking about this, what distinguishes the UAE's departure from other previous exits? Because remember, other things have taken place before, as I have mentioned. This has a convergence of 3 different forces that Foreign Policy magazine would identify in its own analysis. You had the Iran war, a deepening rivalry with Saudi Arabia, and a strategic realignment with Washington that had been years in the making. This was not like the Angola 2024 departure, which primarily was about a smaller producer chafing under quotas that it thought was unfair. The UAE was OPEC's second largest producer by liquid capacity, and its withdrawal would reshape oil markets through capacity growth, quota tension, and the Saudi rivalry that increased both supply and price risks substantially. The shift in OPEC's overall importance was already evident in the underlying numbers. The cartel had declined from controlling half of global supply at its peak to around a third today, with the addition of OPEC Plus collectively allowing them to produce around 41% of global supply before the UAE's exit would further weaken the framework. Their loss is actually going to be a very big deal. When the UAE exited OPEC on May 1st, in the words of one analysis, it was not the abandoning of a club so much as declaring that the club no longer served its interests. And that distinction matters enormously for understanding both why the withdrawal happened as well as what the future is actually going to bring. Because right now, my friends, the UAE's plan to add 1.5 million barrels per day of production by 2027 would, over time, help alleviate upward pressure on global oil prices. This is complemented by Abu Dhabi's strategic infrastructure projects, including new pipelines designed to transport oil directly from inland fields to the port of Fujairah on the Gulf of Oman, which would effectively bypass the Strait of Hormuz and mitigate future supply disruptions should anything else happen with Iran, as this is a still strategic choke point. But that kind of move by the UAE would also likely provoke a sharp response from Saudi Arabia, which could instigate another price war. Riyadh's objective would be to punish the UAE for its departure and undermine the profitability of its own expanded production. The resulting sharp decline in oil prices would be strategically advantageous for the US and its allies for multiple reasons. This would intensify economic pressure on Iran. It would potentially force Tehran to the negotiating table, as their price for oil would drop even lower, and this may allow them to actually get something out of their nuclear program. Similarly, it would further strain Russia's economy, which is already struggling to sustain its own protracted war in Ukraine. Domestically, falling oil prices would translate to lower gasoline costs for American consumers, which is a significant political benefit that could influence electoral outcomes, as energy prices are a critical factor in both the health of the US economy and also the political fortunes of the incumbent party. Right now, the fact that the war in Iran even took place during an election year is something that is deeply confusing for many analysts. But again, only time will tell. And so that is something where we're going to have to leave things here today. We will have to tell the story of how all of this goes down in the future, I'm sure, but until that point, we're going to have to be patient.
SpaceX officially kicking off the race to the public markets with its S-1 filing last night, as new details also emerge about Anthropic and OpenAI's IPO plans for themselves. Kate Rooney has more in today's Tech Check segment. Kate.
Sarah, so the race is very much on. I am now hearing that OpenAI is preparing to file for an IPO confidentially. That would be as soon as Friday, and is looking to go public as soon as September. This is according to a source familiar with that deal process. An OpenAI spokesperson telling CNBC that they are regularly evaluating a range of strategic options. This company was last valued at more than $850 billion, at least in private markets. It would follow the record-breaking SpaceX listing with its own AI business, which is XAI. I am also told by sources that rival Anthropic has been getting IPO ready behind the scenes, but that is a bit more fluid when you look at timing. OpenAI is very much planting the flag here with Wall Street to get out first and get ahead of its biggest competitor right now, Anthropic. Bankers that I'm talking to keep pointing to Uber and Lyft. If you remember that rivalry, being first lets the companies set the benchmarks, justify losses, especially in this case, and then tell their story to the street. Some new eye-popping numbers, guys, from Anthropic highlight why OpenAI might be extra motivated to get out first. We are hearing that Anthropic right now is on track to generate $10.9 billion in revenue for the first quarter alone. That would top all of its sales for last year and then double Anthropic's sales from just the first quarter. It would also mark the first profitable quarter for this company. This is according to a source familiar with Anthropic's financials. OpenAI has taken a much more aggressive approach when you look at data center spending and compute. It argues, though, that is an advantage. It's a strategic moat, they say, amid a compute crunch out there, but it also tends to mean much larger losses. And speaking of losses, if you look at SpaceX, AI CapEx has been the dominant, they say, in the S1 and fastest growing cost center, $7.7 billion in just Q1 alone, roughly 60% of all the capital by SpaceX being spent, guys.
For defrauding that program here in Minnesota. Also part of the indictments, ICS fraud. That's Integrated Community Supports Program. That includes Ultimate Home Health, a company which our KARE 11 Investigates team has uncovered for years, overbilling for services which were not provided. Let's head out now and hear what federal officials have to say.
An Attorney General for the National Fraud Enforcement Division at the Department of Justice. I am joined today by a lineup of committed public servants who are devoted to protecting the financial security of America. Today, we are announcing criminal charges against 15 defendants in Minnesota for fraud schemes that targeted over $90 million in taxpayer dollars. Let me be clear up front about something. This is not the end of our work in Minnesota. This is not the end of the beginning of our work in Minnesota. This is the beginning of our work in Minnesota. The fraud here in Minnesota is shocking. Our cases today involve 7 different state-managed Medicaid programs that have been systematically pilfered by fraudsters who treated Minnesota-run programs as their personal piggy bank. One of the programs has been completely shut down because there's no money left. It's all gone. That was Minnesota's state-run Housing Stabilization Services Program, designed to help the homeless find and maintain housing. It was estimated in 2020 that it would cost only about $2.5 million a year to fund this program, but it ended up costing almost 50 times that much, over $104 million by 2024 due to fraud. And because of all the fraud, Minnesota had to shut the program down in 2025, and now these services no longer exist for these vulnerable homeless populations. The same trends exist for other Minnesota-run taxpayer-funded programs. An autism program that cost the taxpayer $600,000 just 6 years ago skyrocketed to over $400 million. And to be sure, that number is not driven by supply and demand. It is not driven by health care or charity. It is fraud. To tackle this crisis, and it is a crisis in Minnesota, earlier this year, the Department of Justice surged 11 strike force prosecutors from across the country to be here on the ground fighting the rampant fraud targeting our taxpayer-funded programs. And large numbers of agents from our partners at the FBI, HHS-OIG, HSI, IRS-CI, and others joined our prosecutors to rapidly unmask fraudulent actors in Minnesota. These agents and prosecutors have been working around the clock to root out the criminals stealing taxpayer dollars, and I am proud of all they accomplished in such a short time. Their hard work made today possible. Make no mistake, today's charges are unprecedented. They include the highest loss amount ever charged in a Medicaid case in Minnesota, and the largest autism fraud scheme ever charged by the Department of Justice. The common theme throughout these cases is fraudsters exploiting vulnerable programs and vulnerable people to enrich themselves, no matter the consequences to the programs or to the people. For example, one defendant is charged with defrauding the Integrated Community Supports Medicaid program. This program is designed to help individuals with disabilities live independently. One patient was supposed to be receiving 24-hour care through this program, but he was actually being serviced by a fraudster and received no services. This patient was later found dead. Meanwhile, the architect of this fraud scheme was billing Medicaid as if he was providing care to this patient. The defendant even submitted a claim of over $400 for services he never provided the day before this man died. In another example, 2 defendants have been charged for defrauding a program designed to offer medical services to those with autism spectrum disorder. As alleged, the defendants paid kickbacks to parents who brought their children to autism centers, diagnosed children with autism regardless of medical necessity, and billed for autism services that were never actually provided. In one final example, 2 defendants have been charged in an over $22 million fraud scheme involving the Individualized Home Supports Program. This program was meant to support disabled individuals who wanted to live in their own homes. Instead, these disabled individuals were used like lottery tickets by these defendants to generate millions of dollars, which these defendants used to expand their real estate holdings, purchase luxury vehicles, and splurge on expensive jewelry. We will not, full stop, tolerate this greed and deceit. We will not let fraudsters bankrupt Medicare and Medicaid the same way that they bankrupted the Housing Stabilization Services Program. As mentioned, this is just the beginning. With the support of President Trump, Vice President Vance, Acting Attorney General Blanche, Chairman Ferguson and the White House Anti-Fraud Task Force, Secretary Kennedy, Dr. Oz and his team, and the entire federal fraud-fighting apparatus, the Department of Justice will continue expanding our reach across the country to pursue all fraud, no matter how large, no matter how small, no matter how hard. Since April 1st, DOJ's Fraud Division has announced
This is the most flagrantly, staggeringly, obscenely corrupt thing that Trump has ever done in office. I have in my hand what purports to be the settlement of Trump's claims against the IRS for the disclosure of his tax agreements. That is a lie. That is a fraud on the American people. What Trump is doing here is creating an illegal fund of billions of dollars to pay out whomever he chooses, including and especially the traitors who breached the Capitol and tried to overturn the election to turn it over in Trump's favor. My blood is boiling. This is a new low for this administration. And this is an administration that has been rife with corruption and illegality, but this is probably the worst thing that they have done so far.
A sinkhole is causing flight delays at New York's LaGuardia Airport. The several-foot-wide hole was discovered during a runway inspection, according to a statement from the Port Authority of New York and New Jersey, which operates the airport. The statement added the runway was immediately shut down and emergency construction and engineering crews are on site to determine the cause and complete necessary repairs as quickly and safely as possible. The runway is one of only 2 at LaGuardia. About a third of the flights in and out were delayed or canceled Wednesday, according to the tracking site FlightAware. A Port Authority spokesperson says the runway is expected to reopen today.
Breaking news just in. Democrats just released a report about the 2024 election and their loss. This is that autopsy report, and it is incomplete, but it does paint a dismal picture for Democrats. It says the party has gone between stagnation and retrogression since Barack Obama's win in 2008, and that Democratic candidates have proven incapable of projecting strength, unity, and leadership, and voters have drifted away. Let's bring back MS Now Capitol Hill reporter Kevin Fry. And Kevin, I know you just are getting an initial look at this. It's 192 pages. I know you haven't had a chance to read through all of it, but based on what you're seeing so far, what are the big takeaways? What do we know about this report?
Yeah, about 20 pages in. I will say, look, one of the things that has stood out to me is one of the things they have in, quite frankly, the opening, which is that they argue that the reduction in support for and training for state parties has contributed to a shift in voter registration issues, organizing capacity for the state at the state level, and persistent problems with their candidates to listen to voters. They also see this as being somewhat of a contradiction when it comes to what voters are backing policy-wise versus backing and supporting their candidates, saying, for instance, voters have backed through referendums in states issues, for example, dealing with health care, abortion rights, the list goes on, things that Democrats might actually typically win on, but at the same time their candidates aren't necessarily winning on those issues. They also say that regaining trust and confidence in the party where voters have an affirmative reason to support Democrats will take a comprehensive strategy and considerable effort over multiple cycles. So this is not some sort of short-term change they're seeing here, saying that Democrats need to do it right now because the future could become even more difficult to do so. Still pouring through some of the kind of the contradictions they see between how Senate candidates did versus the presidential candidates did, where they see that Kamala Harris, for example, failed to get across the finish line compared to other candidates. So a lot more to unpack here, but those are just within the first dozen or so pages, some of the initial takeaways about the kind of structural messaging and favorability issues that the party sees with just the voting public.
There are new pronouncements out of Iran tonight about the potential consequences of renewed military action. The Revolutionary Guard says it could trigger a wider regional conflict. Iran's foreign minister adds a return to war would feature many more surprises. Ashley Webster of Fox Business is in Tel Aviv.
Iran's Revolutionary Guard is warning that it will extend the war beyond the region should the U.S. attack again, adding, quote, "Our crushing blows in places you do not expect will bring you to utter ruin." Iran is also exerting its control over the Strait of Hormuz, a vital passageway that has been effectively shut down now for 79 straight days. In the last 24 hours, though, Iran says 26 ships have passed through the strait, including 2 from China and 1 from South Korea. Analysts say Tehran is allowing vessels from favored nations to pass through, but at a cost.
And of course, they'll have to pay some of money that will be determined by the Iranians. So all the process need to go through the Iranian authorities, and only after they will get the approval by the Iranian Navy, the Revolutionary Guard Navy, only then they can get out from the straits.
In the Gulf of Oman, U.S. Marines boarded an Iranian-flagged commercial oil tanker suspected of violating the U.S. blockade. The vessel was ultimately released and ordered to change its course. CENTCOM says 91 commercial ships have now been redirected by the U.S. blockade. Iran's foreign ministry, though, responded by calling it an act of piracy. There is also little relief in sight for oil tankers that are trapped in the strait. It means the U.S. has become the supplier to the world, with the biggest impact being a growing shortage of refined products like gasoline and jet fuel. And before the conflict began, an average of 135 ships would pass through the strait. So far this month, the daily average has dropped to just 9. And analysts say even if the strait reopened tomorrow, it would take 6 months for the markets to return to normal. Brett.
Ashley Webster live in Tel Aviv. Ashley, thank you.
A new report, meanwhile, says tensions are growing between Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu and President Trump over the Iran war. President Trump, however, is dismissing those rumors.
What have you said to Prime Minister Netanyahu about Iran and how long to hold off on strikes?
He's fine. He'll do whatever I want him to do. He's a very, very good man. He'll do whatever I want him to do.
You're on the same page with him on Iran?
Yeah.
Okay, so just moments ago, CENTCOM releasing brand new video of Marines boarding an Iranian-flagged commercial tanker in the Gulf of Oman as part of a blockade. Take a look here. Pretty fascinating video. General Jack Keane, Fox News senior strategic analyst and chairman of the Institute for the Study of War, is joining us now. General Keane, welcome to you. Fascinating video. Tell us a little bit about what we're seeing there, as we have learned that the U.S. military said those American forces did board the vessel. They then released it after they went on board. They did a search, we are told, and then they directed the ship's crew to alter course. Can you tell us a little bit more about what went down there?
Well, we usually don't board a vehicle unless they don't abide by our instructions. If they continue to move in the direction they want to move, as opposed to halt or move to an area where we're sequestering the ships, then we board it. And usually it's going to be uncontested. We certainly, our troops who are doing it are armed. We don't expect to be in contact with the people on those ships. There's no Iranian gunmen on the ship, but we have to, as in all military situation, we got to be prepared for the unexpected. And what we did there is just take charge of that ship and direct them to where we want them to go as opposed to where they want to go. And this is the enforcement of the blockade, which has been enormously successful, as we've been reporting on now for some weeks.
This is from President Trump today, broadly speaking, on the Iran war, simply saying he is in no hurry. Listen.
We'd have to open the strait. That would open immediately. So we're going to give this one shot. I'm in no hurry. You know, everyone's saying, oh, the midterms, I'm in a hurry. I'm in no hurry.
What does that tell you, General?
Well, I think what the Iranians are attempting to achieve here, I mean, we're 6 weeks into a ceasefire that the original deadline was 2 weeks. And I think what the Iranians are trying to achieve here is drag these negotiations out as long as they possibly can, believing that there will be more political, economic pressure put on the president, not so much to make a deal that he doesn't want to make, but to get fed up with this thing and end it to where it is right now. That's kind of what the Iranians are doing here, and I think what he's trying to respond to them. Look, I don't feel any pressure. I'm not being persuaded by anybody's concern about political economic pressure. I'll take as long as it takes here to make a right deal. I do think we're reaching a point at whether we really can get a deal or not. I mean, 6 weeks. We've had plenty of opportunity even before that to talk to most of these same people. And a deal has been quite elusive. In my judgment, I don't think they're ever going to put a deal on the table that'll be acceptable to our president, because he's not going to take a bad deal. And I think, in my judgment, it's time to return to full-out combat operations. Listen, we've been gathering information on the Iranians for 6 weeks. And we have increased our capability in the region militarily. The Israelis have full suite of munitions and weapon systems, and we are ready to go with much better information on targeting. the effects on the Iranians are going to be quite devastating. And all the hand-wringers out there who are worried about the Iranians firing at Gulf oil and continue to disrupt the Straits of Hormuz don't understand what the impact of that military operation will have on their capabilities. I'm not suggesting there wouldn't be challenges. I'm not suggesting there wouldn't be the unexpected. That's what war is always about. And how do you deal with the unexpected, and how do you have the will to proceed and get to your final objective? I think the objective from the beginning has always made sense, Sandra. Weaken this regime, take away all of their offensive capability. They're no longer a predator in the region. They don't have a ballistic missile program of any consequence, nor do they have a nuclear capability. They're not supporting their proxies. And the regime, when we're finished, is in such a weakened state, economically and militarily, that they're vulnerable to the Iranian people in terms of their resistance. And then the last gesture I would make to the people running the regime is I'd offer them a free ticket out of there. Any place they want to go, we'll take them, and see if they take us up on that deal. If not, they want to stay there and face the Iranian people and the economic collapse that will be pending. That's certainly their choice. But we hold all the cards here, Sandra, and that's the reality of it.
Always appreciate your analysis, sir. General, thank you very much for joining us. Good to have you today.
Yeah, great talking to you.
All right,
thank you.
John?
We begin with this Fox News alert, a live look right now at New London, Connecticut. President Trump will soon deliver the commencement to cadets at the United States Coast Guard Academy. And the commander-in-chief will address the newest generation of military leaders in the Coast Guard. This is beautiful and right on time, with a possible reignition of the war on.
Good morning, Sarah. It's good to be here.
So, Claire, as I mentioned, revenue looked good and earnings on track. It was operating income. Looks like it got impacted by fuel prices. How big of an issue is that?
Well, let me start with the quarter was good for us. We grew the top line on a reported basis of about 7%. EPS grew 8%. We did see some margin pressure on operating income growth. We guided 4 to 6%. We came in a little bit above the midpoint of that. And we had about 250 basis points of pressure related to fuel. Since we gave the guidance 90 days ago, all the events that have led to the higher fuel prices have occurred. And so we had to navigate that in the quarter. But I think very importantly, Sarah, our guidance for 2Q is 7 to 10% operating income growth. And we reaffirmed our guidance for the year. So that's indicating that we think we have the ability to navigate this environment of higher fuel prices pretty well.
What about the consumer? Does the consumer have the ability to navigate the higher fuel prices? You capture all income spectrums, including the low income, which has felt the most pain. So what are you seeing there?
Increasingly, it depends upon what consumer you're talking about. We see that among our customer base, the high-income customer continues to spend with confidence in many categories, whereas the lower-income consumer is a little more budget-conscious, even navigating some financial distress. Since we gave the guidance 90 days ago, as I mentioned, we've seen fuel prices increase, and so it stands to reason that incrementally from 90 days ago, there's a little more pressure on the consumer. This narrative around the K-shaped economy, we see that in our business as well. One of the things that we monitor is the year-over-year change in spending between high-income, median income, and low-income consumers. That gap has continued to widen as we've gone through the last couple quarters between the high-income and the low-income. And I'll give you one data point here. When we look at our business, obviously we sell a lot of fuel in the United States. Mm-hmm. The average gallons that a consumer is filling up with has fallen below 10 gallons. It's the first time that's happened since 2022. So it does show that there's
Back in March, We Are All Fronts put out an episode saying that Cuba was next. Well, we didn't miss. Yesterday marked Cuba's Independence Day holiday, and the US wasn't going to let it pass without making a statement. They marked the occasion by handing down an indictment of 94-year-old former leader Raul Castro on charges of murder of 4 civilians from when the Cuban regime shot down 2 civilian planes back in 1996. In case the indict a foreign leader thing sounds familiar, you're not having deja vu. This was exactly what the administration did before capturing Maduro. True to form, the White House has dropped any pretense of subtlety, posting a chart of neutralized enemies with Castro's face slotted in beside Maduro and Khamenei. The island itself, meanwhile, has completely run out of fuel, and the CIA director just flew into Havana to meet with senior regime officials to boot. So, buckle up, ladies and gents. It's going to be a bit of a wild episode. 0 day. When we were last looking in on Cuba, the island was about a month into the squeeze that followed America's capture of Venezuela's Nicolas Maduro back in January. Already, it was not looking great. The flow of oil from Caracas that the island had long relied on had been cut off entirely, and Mexico had backed away from sending its own shipments under US pressure. Unsurprisingly, the sudden cut to energy imports wreaked havoc on an island that is dependent on others for the majority of its oil, and the regime began to strictly ration what little it had left. Gas stations went dry, and then stayed dry. What fuel did turn up climbed towards $40 a gallon, and schools either shortened their hours or closed entirely. Without fuel, the generators that kept refrigerators and water pumps running went silent, which meant food spoiled and taps stopped. Ultimately, this meant families were cooking over firewood and hoarding water in whatever brief window the grid offered them it when it flickered back on. By late April, that window was down to 3 or 4 hours on a good day. That rationing is, as of last week, over. On May the 13th, Cuban Energy Minister Vicente de la Leve went on state television to announce what everyone had known was coming. The country had run out of fuel reserves. And while that may sound dramatic, for Cubans living through all this, 0 hour more or less came and went without being noticeable. Rationing had been so intense, especially as time went on, that they were largely reduced to living in a pre-electric society. This hit some parts of the island harder than others, but nowhere was spared. By April, the blackouts were already swallowing 20-something hours of the day as the norm. Hospitals across the island have long been running on whatever fuel their generators had left, and given that they are essentially all out, the consequences are going to start accumulating quickly. With rations of fuel come rations of care, and doctors have been prioritizing life and death cases only. At the William Solar Pediatric Cardio Center in Havana, the island's main children's heart hospital, doctors have resorted to rationing equipment and supplies for only those patients facing imminent death, turning the rest away. By early March, over 11,000 children were reportedly on surgical waiting lists across the country, and that number has only grown since. That means tens of thousands of parents trapped in an agonizing holding pattern, not knowing if their children will get the treatment they need to stay alive. Post-Zero Day, even those life-or-death operations are going to be challenging. When the generators cut out in a Cuban hospital, and they were cutting out regularly by May, there was no backup. Nurses in pitch-black wards have been squeezing ventilation bags by hand to keep patients breathing when the generators die. If they stop, the patient dies. Children having major heart surgery that cannot wait are now utterly reliant on the stamina of nurses working in stifling, miserable conditions. One slip, and someone loses their little boy or girl forever. That image just about sums up what the broader healthcare system has been reduced to across the island. Nothing functions, and the result is a growing toll of deaths from conditions that a country with electricity treats without a second thought. Washington, for its part, hasn't been entirely blind to the suffering on the island. Secretary of State Marco Rubio, himself of Cuban descent, has offered $100 million in humanitarian aid, with the caveat that it would have to be handled and distributed by the Catholic Church, not the Cuban government. That has been the hang-up. After initially signaling openness to it, Havana has refused to accept distribution through anyone other than themselves. It should be noted that while this would certainly go a long way at the current moment, $100 million for an island of 10 million people in a crisis this deep is not exactly transformative. It would fall well short of what actually is needed to stabilize the country. The streets, meanwhile, are starting to boil over in a way that we really haven't seen so far during this crisis. The protests on the night of May 13th were the most widespread that the capital has seen since 2021. Demonstrations and bonfires erupted across no fewer than 12 municipalities. The regime deployed its security forces onto the streets, arrested at least 14 people, beat demonstrators, and cut the internet to keep the footage from getting out. Cuban President Diaz-Canel, for his part, took to X to address the situation, which he acknowledged was tense but chalked up to what he called a genocidal energy blockade by the United States. Whichever side of this you find more compelling, the regime there has made a name for itself, knowing how to handle exactly this kind of thing. After the 2021 protests, the last time unrest reached anything close to this scale, more than 1,400 people were arrested and hundreds sentenced to prison terms as long as 30 years, including several under the age of 18. Through a harsh crackdown, they had the whole situation under wraps in a matter of days. This time followed the same script, but in a vastly different situation with a vastly different crisis unfolding. By the next morning, a plane was on its way to Havana, suggesting Washington knew just how bad this was getting. Now, before we get into just how bad it has got, a quick word about our latest side quest. Fronts.co is our subscriber site for those who want even more depth than these videos can provide. Every week, we release 2 exclusive videos, 2 expert-written articles, and a couple of podcasts diving deeper into the wars and geopolitical upheavals shaping our world. Given you're watching a video on Cuba, you might be happy to hear we dip into Latin America, including recent videos and articles on Venezuela, Colombia, and the threat of the drug trade to the entire region. But hey, our scope is wider than that. We cover Ukraine, Iran, Sudan, and the Trump administration's latest moves regularly, as well as less clickable topics like the recent collapse of Mali. Basically, if you like these videos, you're probably going to vibe with Fronts. That's fronts.co, right there in every video.
The Trump administration is facing growing opposition to a planned $1.8 billion fund that would compensate allies of President Trump. That new anti-weaponization fund would pay those who claim that they were unfairly investigated by the Biden administration's Justice Department. That includes people who were convicted and later pardoned for taking part in the January 6th attack on the U.S. Capitol. Lawmakers from both sides now oppose those plans.
I will tell you my first reaction was this doesn't pass the smell test.
It sends the signal, hey, go breach the Capitol, destroy the building, assault police officers, you may even get compensated for someday. That's absurd.
This is not going to be transparent despite what they say. If you listen very carefully to their lawyerly words, they don't have to publish the names of the people who are getting these payouts. And that's because they don't want the public to know.
Law enforcement officers involved in the riot are suing to stop that fund. They argue that money could be used to finance various paramilitary organizations in this country instead.
The United States may have won the military portion of the Iran conflict while quietly damaging the political portion. Allies do not panic when America is strong. They expect that. They panic when America becomes hard to predict. So the biggest winners from the Iran war might not be Iran, Russia, or China. It might be the idea that countries should start planning around Washington instead of with us. I am Mandatory Funded, and this is your snapshot report on America's ally problem after Iran. NATO countries right now are acting like a friend group, trying to figure out if the designated driver is also drunk. I think it's funny. Here's what we know. The fighting with Iran appears to be cooling off, at least compared to where it was a few weeks ago, but Reuters dropped a really interesting piece on May 9th arguing that the alliance damage from this whole thing might actually outlast the war itself. And honestly, I think that's the bigger story, because countries can survive wars, countries can survive sanctions, they can survive oil shocks, they can survive a lot. What becomes a problem is when allies start questioning whether they can reliably predict what the United States is going to do from one crisis to the next. And that is where things start to get weird, not weird in the fun way. Reuters reported that a lot of long-standing American partners, Europe, Gulf countries, Indo-Pacific allies, came out of this war uncomfortable with how chaotic and personality-driven the decision-making looked. And again, that's their perception. Okay, that is how they are saying they perceive us. And whether people like hearing that or not, allies care a lot about predictability. Because if you're Germany, Japan, South Korea, Poland, Saudi Arabia, the UAE, or anybody sitting under the American security umbrella, your entire defense strategy is partially built around assumptions about U.S. behavior. Not just military power, but behavior. Will America respond? How fast will they respond? How aggressively? Will Washington escalate? Will it de-escalate? Will it suddenly reverse course? Will domestic politics change everything in 6 months? That stuff all matters. It all matters in war. War is one of the most complex subjects to talk about because everything affects it. And Reuters specifically pointed out that this war revived fears among allies that the U.S. could become unreliable during future crises. That is an insanely important point, because once allies start quietly asking themselves that question, they start changing policy. Not publicly at first, it's usually quiet, more domestic weapons production, more independent logistics capability, more regional defense cooperation that does not fully depend on Washington, more hedging with China, more hedging with Europe, more hedging with literally anybody that lowers dependency risk. America's number one export is defense, period. Okay, that is our number one export. We export a lot of stuff, but the number one thing we export is fuck around and find out. So if people can't depend on that, it's not good for us. And we are already seeing pieces of that happen. Germany's Chancellor Friedrich Merz basically came out and tried to calm things down publicly by saying Europe still wants a strong NATO alliance and still shares America's goals on Iran. And that sounds reassuring until you realize leaders usually only say that when everybody is privately freaking out behind the scenes. That's diplomatic language for, please stop making this relationship harder than it needs needs to be. I have to imagine that NATO meetings currently feel like couples counseling with nuclear weapons, and Europe has another reason to be irritated. Reporting in multiple follow-on analysis noted that Europe took massive economic pain from the Strait of Hormuz situation despite not really wanting this war in the first place. That matters because energy shocks hit Europe hard. It hits factories, it hits fuel prices, it hits shipping, it hits inflation, it hits industrial output, and all of that, what does that mean? What does that mean?
What's it all mean?
Right? It means it hits normal people like us. The people making this video, the people watching this video. I'm sick of paying $100 to fill up my truck. It sucks gas. It drinks more than I did back in my mid-20s. And from the European perspective, some governments are probably looking at this whole situation thinking, hold on, we absorbed huge economic damage from a war we didn't fully support while also getting publicly criticized by Washington. That's the perception, okay? That's not a recipe for smoother alliances. And honestly, this does not just affect Europe. The Gulf states got rattled too. Reuters reported that places like Qatar and the UAE took direct or indirect damage from Iranian retaliation during the conflict. I believe, okay, I might be getting my countries mixed up here, and we all know Americans are not good at geography, but Saudi Arabia, I think, stated unofficially that they intercepted something like 3,000 missiles and drones that they believe came from Iran. That creates another problem for the United States because Gulf countries are increasingly trying to balance relationships instead of fully committing to one side geopolitically. And that means security ties with Washington, economic ties with China, energy relationships with Asia, regional diplomacy with everybody. And if those countries start concluding America is strategically unpredictable, they're going to diversify harder. Not because they hate the US, but because they are managing risk. It is what anybody would do. And that's the part people miss. Most allied governments are not emotional about this stuff. They are pretty realistic about it. They're basically giant insurance companies with flags. And when the risk calculation changes, policy changes with it. So are allies still planning, assuming America will stabilize crisis, or are they now planning, assuming America itself might become part of the instability equation? I think that's what a lot of allies are asking. At this point in the video, I do have to say, I'm still in the military, okay? I'm neutral to this. I'm just stating what people are saying. So put the pitchforks down, put out the torches, okay? You don't know where I live. And if you did, I'll shoot you. Here's where this gets really important. I won't actually shoot you. Asia is watching all of this, every second of it. China is watching. Taiwan is watching. Japan is watching. South Korea is watching. Australia is watching. Everybody's watching because if America looked politically unpredictable during Iran, then everybody is now asking what a Taiwan crisis would look like. And a Taiwan crisis would be bad. Real bad. That's not me saying the U.S. military is weak. The U.S. military is objectively the strongest in the world. I can prove it with math. But that's not what this conversation is about. America is still overwhelmingly powerful militarily. It has carrier groups and strategic bombers and global logistics and satellite dominance and nuclear deterrence and forward deployment capability that no other country really has. None of that disappeared, but military strength and alliance confidence are not the same thing. One is hardware, the other is trust. And trust erodes slower, but once it starts slipping, it's extremely hard to rebuild. Trust is gained in drops and lost in buckets, especially because this Iran situation stacks on top of years of allied anxiety already building in the background. Afghanistan shook people, trade wars shook people, NATO funding fights shook people, policy reversals between administrations shook people. This war may have just added another layer onto that pile. Am I using my hands too much? China absolutely understands this. Beijing's entire strategic pitch to the world right now is basically, America is chaotic, we are stable. Come to us. Now, whether you personally believe China is stable is honestly irrelevant. The important thing is whether allied governments start acting like they believe America is becoming less stable strategically. Every country is constantly in a narrative war, in an information war. They are going to use everything that the U.S. does to benefit themselves. Russia did it with every single action America took in the Middle East. Every single time America went anywhere, they would come in after, they would help people, in the minimum way possible, and then they would say, look at all the destruction America wrought, because policy follows perception. It's been noted that European countries are increasingly pushing for stronger independent defense capabilities and more intra-European coordination. That trend was already happening before Iran. This will probably accelerate it. And here's the craziest part. The US could technically remain the strongest military power on Earth while simultaneously becoming a less trusted alliance manager. Those two things can exist at the same time. That is possible, and that is why this story matters. Wars are not just about territory territory, they're not about casualties, they're not about missiles. Wars reshape confidence. And once countries start quietly building backup plans, alliances begin changing even before anybody publicly admits it. The question here is, if America's closest partners are increasingly preparing for scenarios where Washington becomes unpredictable, what does that do to global deterrence over the next decade? All right, before we get into the rest of the video, I gotta tell you that I'm one of the owners of Ranger Up, and they fulfill, or I fulfill, we fulfill, how do I say it? They do my merchandise, okay? So if you want weaponized autism merch, fist fight merchandise, live, laugh, toaster bath merchandise, you gotta hit the link in my bio. That's where you get it, okay? You are supporting a veteran-founded, operated, and owned business when you purchase from Ranger Up. So, you know, don't buy the fake knockoffs, all right? They're all over Amazon. Don't go there. In addition to that, I'm giving a highlight to the Veterans Lending Group today. The Veterans Lending Group is who I personally bought my home from. It is the home that me and my 4 daughters live in. They made the process incredibly easy. They close 87% VA loans. So even if you don't have access to the VA loan, they can help you. They sell all over the United States, okay? Whether you're buying land, you're buying a house, you're refinancing, you're building, it doesn't matter. They do it all. And here I am a year later after buying my home, and they still reach out occasionally to see if I need assistance with anything. They are phenomenal, and the only reason I'm telling you about them is because I use them. You can get to them by hitting the link in my bio and then my red partnerships button on my website. That'll take you to the place where you can see my VLG link. Click that VLG link. You're going to talk to somebody really nice. If they're not nice, you need to tell me. You better tell me. They'll be nice to you. I love you. Let's get back to the video. Honestly, I think allied countries doing what they're going to continue doing what they're already doing. More military spending, more regional cooperation, more domestic production, more diversification. Germany is really ramping up its military spending. That's never gone poorly in history. I'll let you decide if we want to keep that joke in, Adam. They're not doing that because they're abandoning America, okay? Nobody's abandoning America. They're doing it because strategic uncertainty changes behavior over time. It happens quietly at first, and then it generally happens all at once. So, what should you watch for next? I would watch European defense spending announcements. I would watch NATO summit language very carefully. I would watch Gulf countries balancing relationships with China. I would watch Japan and South Korea continuing to expand defense capabilities.
In 1905, philosopher George Santayana wrote that, quoting here, "Those who cannot remember the past are condemned to repeat it." Now, in the case of Korea, we may soon get a real-life example of that. Over 3 years,
sorry about that.
1950
No, that was
the Korean
not
War
me.
killed
That's a guy
between
named
3 and 5 million people,
Fun
over
Day.
half of
He's
whom
a
were
veteran.
civilians. Although the
and he
conflict
does-
concluded with
what
an
I was just
armistice
watching there
agreement
was a
with
snapshot
no formal
report
peace treaty signed,
that he
it'd be
puts
better to
down
think of the
every
war
couple
as
days.
being paused rather than resolved. Today, there
Most
are
of what I
very
put
real
on is
worries
news
that this
related
timeout
or
could soon expire.
current
In recent
events,
years,
and I
North
get
Korean leader
from
Kim
a bunch of
Jong-un has grown
different
increasingly
perspectives. Like you can
bellicose
see
toward
there,
the
there's
South,
still
threatening to,
DeFranco,
quote, deal
Legal
a
Eagle,
deadly
War
blow to
Front,
thoroughly annihilate them
some
by
ordinary
mobilizing all
gamers.
the
I try to
toughest
get
means and
news about a lot of
potentialities
different topics
without a
from a lot of
moment's
different
hesitation.
angles.
Bellicose indeed. While some
No,
believe that
I'm
this
actually
isn't
going
just
to
a
be
little
putting this
rocket
up
man
on our
throwing his
Etsy
toys
store
out of the
once
pram
they're all
again.
done.
Others fear that it could be a
There's like
genuine
120.
statement of
That would be
intent.
way too
And
much.
it's not just Koreans.
My son
who
already
should
had
fear
one that I
conflict
made
returning
before
to the
I
peninsula.
started
Not
doing
to sound
these
like a
ones
drama
to sell.
queen here, but
We
a
already have
second
fidget
iteration of the
spinners
Korean
for pretty
War
cheap
is
up for
potentially
sale on our Etsy
apocalyptic. While analysts have different perspectives regarding Kim's behavior, there is a broad consensus that a sequel to the Korean War would be even bloodier and more destructive than the first. And given how 2026 is going so far, we wouldn't put it past fate to have renewed conflict on a bingo card. A nightmare of epic proportions. Now, before diving into what a second Korean War might entail, it is important to understand the aggravating factors that could turn such a conflict into a once-in-a-generation bloodbath. A conflict so devastating, it would make the war in Ukraine look like a picnic on a warm, sunny afternoon. With fears of a second Korean War shared on either side of the Military Demarcation Line, or MDL, both Koreas have rapidly expanded and advanced their military capabilities in the decade following the 1953 armistice. Starting with the threat from the north, Kim Jong-un is quite the exhibitionist when it comes to the military. We've all seen the footage of North Korean troops marching in perfect unison, with hulking war machines lumbering past, warheads in tow. It's like watching the Empire hold military parade in Star Wars. When it comes to the Korean
That's our
People's
Etsy
Army,
store.
Pyongyang's nuclear weapons program is very much the crown jewel. Summarizing the situation, the Congressional Research Service's 2025 report highlighted how,
Right now, all
quoted
we
here,
have
over
up
the
is
past
fidget
decade,
spinners, but
North
I
Korea has
have
advanced its nuclear weapons and ballistic
either
missile
6 or 8
programs, raising the
sets
threat
with
Pyongyang
2 or
poses to the
3
United
being
States
6
homeland,
toaster
US
sets
allies, in East
and
Asia and
like
US interests.
4
Despite the international community
or
using
5
every tool at its
that are 4
disposal,
coaster
from
sets. Like
imposing
this is one of the
sanctions and
4
trade
coaster
restrictions
sets.
to
The polar
diplomatic
patch
and
is
engagement
another.
efforts, no meaningful
Then I
progress has
have
been made towards North Korea's denuclearization.
the Mythical
If
Monsters,
you're
which I
hoping
know
that
is
the
6.
situation will improve anytime soon, well, don't hold
That one's
your breath. The
hold
window
on
for
a
military
second.
action
Those ones
to
are the ones
neutralize
I'm
the
most
threat
proud
slammed
of.
shut decades ago. And as highlighted by the US intelligence community's 2025 report, quoting again, Kim has no intention of negotiating away his strategic weapons programs, which he perceives as a guarantor of regime security and national pride. So, the nukes are here to stay. But even more worrying is the fact that the nuclear threat is also intensifying. The introduction of a law in September 2022 lowered the threshold for Pyongyang to use nuclear weapons.
This is my Mythical Monsters one, and the reason I'm
to initiate preempt
Sound Jong-un.
Worse still,
The reason I'm so proud of these is because they have the most smallest markings and most complicated curves.
Despite the country having
we have a dragon,
the number of nuclear warheads in its
a griffin.
The figure is thought to be around 50. These are deliverable through short and medium-range ballistic missiles that could target South Korea and Japan, intermediate-range missiles capable of reaching US bases in the Asia-Pacific, and intercontinental
I didn't get them all. Somehow I got multiples
designed to
and
threaten the US mainland. Pyongyang has also accelerated the development of its own nuclear-armed submarine-launched ballistic
There's the
missile,
Phoenix.
the Pakgak-Song series. The program has progressed remarkably quickly with multiple successful tests.
And there's a unicorn.
But do not be deceived. The North Korea program extends
So,
far beyond the threat
and
of
then,
nuclear Armageddon.
like I said, I have a
Also
bunch that are
one of the
already
world's most formidable
stained
standing armies,
and have
with
their
roughly
first coat of
1.3 million active military
polyurethane.
personnel,
I
the
have
fourth
to
largest in the world.
do.
National service
I have
is
5 to
mandatory for men.
finish
They must serve for at
burning,
least 10 years, and women
and then I
who serve for
have
7. Despite North Korean units taking a battering in Russia's Kursk region,
I have
with
to
around
do
6,000
staining
being
for
killed or
probably
injured, the
20,
losses constitute
and then
a small
polyurethaning
fraction
them
of
all
total
for their
manpower. The
2
fighting
goats.
could even prove beneficial for North Korea, despite the
But I have
casualties,
probably a
military
good
leaders are able to learn
80
valuable
done
lessons and strategies from the experience.
completely.
The country also possesses a massive, albeit aging, artillery and rocket arsenal. This includes an estimated 8,500 field artillery pieces, 5,100 multiple launch rocket systems, 100 170mm self-propelled guns, and 200.
As the situation in Russia continues to get worse.
Matt.
Hello. Our story begins with hate.
I'm a big Star Wars.
If you're familiar with how the Pentagon buys weapons, you. Hello. Our story begins.
I'm a huge
with
Star Wars
hatred
fan.
in
This
his
is one
aging
of
old veins.
the guys that
Count
I
Dooku's
subscribe
Rebel
to,
Lord
Penny
Darth
Patrol.
Tyrannus stood opposite of young Skywalker inside the chambers of the Zygerian Queen. She lay dead on the ground beside Anakin, who wore electrical bursts still crawling across his robes. He was struck by Dooku, but this was not the end of their engagement. These two, separated in their lineage by 2 others, had only ever been at odds with one another. Tyrannus spent some time
I put in
reflecting since their
a couple
previous
of these to
engagement.
be palate
Never would Dooku
cleansers
want to build a long
in the
and
lineup.
sustainable relationship with Skywalker.
I hate
He hated Anakin.
how
The young
negative
man
news
who
is
knelt
lately.
across the room from him
I need
was
to
against everything his lineage stood for.
rinse the
Even
mouth
if
out,
Tyrannus
you
was
know?
no longer a Jedi, he wanted to believe
Rinse
that
the
his
mind
path
out with
was
a little
one
bit of a
honor. Qui-Gon and Obi-Wan,
give it a little bit
while
of a
representing
swirl
Jedi values, were
in the
honorable
mind
Jedi.
path.
They used traditional lightsaber forms that complemented the lineage, trusted the Force like true users of it, and were patient, understanding, and also discerning. Tyrannus saw none of these qualities in Skywalker, and despite Anakin representing what was really just a younger Dooku, Dooku himself wanted Anakin to fail. He was loud, aggressive, cocky, and the black sheep of a lineage Tyrannus believed to be one of the best. Ahsoka only fell further from the tree, left behind by Qui-Gon, Obi-Wan, and himself. Yet to that very same point, Dooku's reflections brought him to another answer. If
you guys
Skywalker
are
was similar
interested
to
in
his
Star
own
Wars, who's your
younger
favorite
self,
character?
then perhaps it could be Anakin that could be transformed into the proper end of his lineage. The Jedi who could go the distance, join the dark side, and see the truth for what it really was. Darth Sidious already believed that Skywalker would make a fine addition to their ranks, so why not give Anakin a chance? Dooku decided that instead of holding his prejudices against his great-grandstudent, that he should use those traits to mold Anakin into the proper end of a great lineage. After all, and this is where Dooku really made his decision, Anakin was one of the final choices made by Qui-Gon Jinn. Perhaps it was always destiny for the two of them, Anakin and Dooku, to stand on the same side. With Magna Guards cutting off every exit into the chamber, Anakin paced around.
My cup
looking
is
at his
from the new
lightsaber currently
Mandalorian and
attached to
Grogu
Dooku's
movie
belt.
from Burger King.
The Elder Count
So that's
remained
funny.
motionless as he reminded Skywalker to hold no sympathy for a slaver. It came shortly after the Queen of Sigeria's death, and yet it somehow made Anakin angrier. He didn't care about her in the slightest, but the implication that he could have infuriated him. Dooku admitted, to bring the conversation forward, that he'd always been interested in how Skywalker might develop after their first engagement. Anakin's eyes squinted in both curiosity but also disgust. He hated having to use a prosthetic. He hated the way it made him feel. If it weren't for Padme invalidating his insecurities by lifting him up, he would have been in more agony over the loss of his biological hand. Dooku didn't take that approach with this conversation. He said dryly,
There goes that
he
one,
never
so now I'm
could
going to
have
mark
enemies.
its number
He
on the back,
provided Obi-Wan the
everything
chance to do what
that I
Qui-Gon
make
would
on
have before
stream
the
that I'm
battle
going to
Geonosis
sell on
ensued.
Etsy.
Anakin
Gets
spat out,
a custom
but his
number
master
based on its
made the
set.
right
Like this is
choice.
the Barnyard Bestie
Tyrannus
set.
grew even more impatient with the outburst, but he hid his emotions.
This happens to be
Master
from the
Kenobi,
fourth
he continued, had the
of four,
ability
if I
to end
remember
the
right.
conflict right there. He
And
was told the
then
truth about the Dark Lord of the
I
Sith.
put my maker's mark
Anakin
in.
questioned, Sidious? And Dooku nodded. While Master and Apprentice were close, Kenobi never made a mention of this private discussion with Dooku to Anakin. It was saved for the High Council, which did nothing with it. The High Council being Yoda, mostly. So Anakin, knowing he didn't have the full truth, asked for Dooku to elaborate, and so he did. Darth Sidious wasn't just a powerful Sith Lord, but in control of the Galactic Republic. Reusing what he said before, what if he told Anakin that thousands of senators were all under the influence of a Sith Lord? Anakin crossed his arms and looked to the Magna Guards, feeling a trap coming. But there was no trap. Dooku was sincere. He told Anakin
So there's
that
my
this
maker's
truth
mark.
was known by
It's literally
everyone,
my initials,
and he
S,
didn't join.
J,
Had Qui-Gon
and W.
survived Naboo,
When
he
I was
would
a
have found
kid, I
within his heart
decided I
to
wanted to
follow
put
in
them all
Dooku's
together,
steps,
and that's what I
and
came
he
up with.
believed if Qui-Gon did, then so would Obi-Wan. This glorified perspective of a student was
Pig
grossly
from
incorrect,
set 3.
but Anakin didn't know Qui-Gon that well. He had a very tiny bit of knowledge of who Qui-Gon was, not just from their 3 or 4 days together, but from the stories that Obi-Wan told Anakin as a boy to comfort him. It never felt like Master Jin would join the Sith, so that's what Anakin told Dooku. The Sith Lord, knowing that neither Obi-Wan nor Anakin truly knew Jin like he did, grew angrier. He told Skywalker that he was no different than his own master, a Jedi fool who refuses to see the growing darkness. Anakin returned in his own fury that only a coward would seek to use the dark side. Qui-Gon was no coward. He stood before the High Council, he challenged them, and if Anakin wasn't mistaken, Dooku could have been a counselor. He could have made a difference for the Jedi and the Republic. He had that kind of power, and what did he do? Run into the arms of a schemer? Another coward? Anakin's voice growled as he taunted the Sith Lord, a man who couldn't even face himself honestly. He was, after all, his new master's apprentice because Yoda could never instruct something so worthless. Dooku's lightsaber ignited. He stopped though. Anakin was defenseless, but he'd find a weapon to protect himself. Yet there was some truth in what his great-grandstudent said. Tyrannus stepped to the side, grinding his teeth, then stopping again. Skywalker's hostility and Kenobi's negligence would be the destruction of the Jedi Order. Can't Anakin see that? Dooku stepped forward, even pointing his saber at Skywalker. Doesn't he understand what this could be for them? If he joined him, they could destroy the Sith, make the galaxy the way they wanted, fix the Republic, remove the Jedi from power. Can't he see how easy it could be? He admitted that he knew the whole truth. He knew who Sidious was and his plans. Why couldn't Anakin just see that himself? Skywalker was conflicted, as much as Dooku was before beginning this. While Tyrannus was trying to save face with his disappointing lineage, Anakin was funneling himself through different timelines. His choice here could change everything, for better or for worse. Anakin wanted Dooku dead, that was no secret, but there was more. He knew there was more information. To Obi-Wan's credit, there was no Clone War when Dooku told him all this information. Anakin now had more to go with, more to consider. Everything he heard from Padme and further. who actually could be controlling the Republic. There was also this other side for young Skywalker, who considered that Dooku could be lying to him, which wasn't exactly an outrageous thought. He looked from side to side, as if it might provide him with an easier answer. If Dooku was lying, it could be the end of the Republic, and yet if he was telling the truth, that could be 10 times worse. Skywalker stepped forward, asking Dooku to tell him more. If he spoke as honestly as he believed he did, then surely there was more to tell, more about the Sith. Tyrannus grinned, explaining that the Dark Lord of the Sith intends to destroy the Jedi and the Republic in one fell swoop. Of course, Dooku didn't really know about the Empire. He just knew that the Republic structure he hated would be done away with for something better, assuming the executive orders would be all activated for that purpose at the same time. Little did Dooku know himself, but Anakin questioned how the Dark Lord could so easily do that. The Jedi and the Republic were protected by not just the Order, but by millions of clones, Anakin said. The Separatists couldn't get the Coruscant, they couldn't win this war. At this point, that was still technically wishful thinking, but Anakin said he wouldn't accept Dooku's offer. At a state of almost full transparency, Dooku explained that what the Jedi relied on most would no longer be reliable. Anakin never connected it to a clone army, and he watched as the conversation reached a standstill. Then, without holding back, Tyrannus told Skywalker to join him so that they could make things right. Dooku would transform Anakin into a miniature Dooku. Because their young adulthood traits were so similar, he believed it'd be easy to make Anakin into the perfect apprentice, but Skywalker did not. He addressed the elder man with disdain in his voice. He would never join the dark side. Tyrannus grinned, but he already had. Remember how he slaughtered the Tuskens on Tatooine? No Jedi would ever act like that. How did Skywalker think the High Council or Obi-Wan or that runt Ahsoka might think of him if they learned the truth? A bigger question loomed on Anakin's mind. How did Dooku know of this? He responded furiously, ripping a weapon from a Magna Guard and crushing them in the same hole. The staff jabbed
Well,
Dooku,
there's
who
one
only
pick done.
encouraged his young foe. Their weapons continued to bat away.
Now again,
in a phrase of light.
mark the
Tyrannus continued,
number it
telling
is.
Skywalker to embrace that hatred. Let it fill him. The young Jedi refused to, but he showed no signs of avoiding the dark side. His strikes
Tell you, when
only
I
got
hit a
firmer
sap
and
pocket,
more
it smells
aggressive.
so good.
Anakin knocked Dooku up the stairs and Tyrannus spun around, firing electricity into Skywalker's face. He dropped to his knees and watched more lightning crash into his face. When Dooku stopped,
I got
he threw
3 more to
Anakin's
finish
lightsaber
for
at
the
his
night.
body. He then said in an exaggerated manner, but a truthful one, that Skywalker would benefit from embracing his darkness. Continuing to hide it would only stump his growth. As Dooku turned around, he finished telling Skywalker to remember how much a little honesty could change everything. Most specifically, how those closest to him viewed him. And then there was silence as Dooku departed. While Anakin, Obi-Wan, and Ahsoka would handle the rest of the Zygerian Empire with the help of clone reinforcements, Dooku returned to Castle Sereno. What he said to Skywalker and Kenobi, nothing but a secret. What was said to Anakin, though, was an immediate plague to his everyday life. There were only 2 people in the entire galaxy that knew about the Tusken Massacre. Anakin rarely liked to think of it or speak of it, because it was one of the worst moments of his life. He hated himself for it, as much as he hated the Tuskens for what they did to his mother. That was his first problem, who he trusted, and how that information ended up in Dooku's hands. Padme either had some sort of relationship with the Count, or Palpatine was the man spoken of in Tyrannus' monologue about controlling the Senate. The second problem was if or when Dooku might tell the High Council about his actions on Tatooine. And while he was concerned for the Republic, the fact that his past could literally come back to haunt him sent Anakin spiraling through anxiety. He didn't want Ahsoka most of all to know what he was capable of, because she could begin to fear him. He didn't want Obi-Wan to look at him differently, nor the High Council to punish him for punishable actions. It was an extra burden that followed him around when he returned to Coruscant after they toppled the Zygerian Empire. It wasn't necessarily noticed by anyone in his immediate circle though. Only Padme brought this up to him. She could just tell that something was off, and so, during their visit, she asked him what was bothering him. He told her everything. from Dooku's threats to his concerns regarding Republic leadership. Anakin came to the conclusion that whoever leaked this hidden truth of his would give a reaction to him addressing it. He started with the fate of the Republic and who controlled it, before moving on to the personal matters. Padme reacted just as he'd expect her to. She was concerned if this was a lie or if Dooku actually knew something about who controlled the Republic. As for Anakin's secret, she was equally as concerned with who could have told Dooku. In that, Anakin admitted that only she and Palpatine knew the details of that night. But even she questioned, why would Palpatine tell Dooku? How would he tell Dooku? That didn't make any sense to her. Naturally, she came to the conclusion that Anakin thought she told him, but he immediately declined that, because he truly didn't believe she did. But he had to know, and she also had to know the truth about the Republic, according to Count Dooku. But being that Padme was clearly safe and not the one responsible, Anakin turned his attention to the Supreme Chancellor, one of his closest and most important mentors. While the grace period between visits was more than 12 hours, Anakin struggled to believe that Palpatine would have betrayed him. Being that the Council didn't suddenly request his presence, Anakin assumed that Dooku was only bluffing that reality, a hollow threat to remind Skywalker that no matter what, the Sith were in control of everything. Regardless, Anakin walked into the Chancellor's office to a very eager Palpatine. He smiled warmly. Finally, a meeting he cared for. All of the politicians from the early morning gone to their own offices. And what brought this boy to his desk to speak? What was troubling his young friend, Palpatine asked, and Anakin folded his arms. He explained that a truth had found its way to Count Dooku, one that should have never been heard by his ears. He wondered how it did. Sheev squinted with a slightly emotionless face. What was Anakin insinuating? Skywalker explained, instead of telling the truth, that only one person knew about the incident on Tatooine. It was Palpatine. The Supreme Chancellor crossed his arms, explaining that while he might be the only one Anakin told, the only interactions he had with Count Dooku predated the friendship shared between the two of them. Palpatine wasn't really sure how that information might make it to the Count on Sereno. Was there anything else Dooku said that might give him or them some insight? Palpatine displayed a genuine and kind expression that only showed love. He wanted to help Anakin find this culprit. Well, to Palpatine's credit, that was part of the reason Anakin came here. He was informed by Dooku, moving on to another subject, that the Galactic Senate was under the influence of a Sith Lord named Sidious. He shrugged his shoulders, explaining that it sounded a little far-fetched to him too, but Dooku simply wanted to bring pride to his lineage, and as one of the last in his line, he tried to turn Anakin to the dark side. Sheev nodded his head as he listened along with a soft smile, priding Anakin for being the strongest of the Jedi. To resist Dooku, that is, then realizing there was something more. Did Dooku extend this offer to someone else? Anakin could see the conversation drifting away from the first topic, and then he became irritated that he changed it, but he told Palpatine the truth. Dooku believed that Qui-Gon would have joined him, so he extended the offer to Obi-Wan in the same fashion. Obviously, the two of them didn't become Sith, so truthfully, Anakin admitted Obi-Wan might be the strongest of the Jedi. His will was undeniable, Palpatine nodded, stumbling through a half-hearted compliment of Master Kenobi. While Darth Sidious wanted to end this conversation so that he could do with his loose end, Anakin was not budging. He came all the way back around to where the conversation started. He told Palpatine that they weren't going to just act like it wasn't spoken about. He concurred. They should get to the bottom of this. Perhaps someone in the security offices worked for Count Dooku. Was that possible? Anakin considered it, as he looked to one of the cameras in the room. But then he admitted to Palpatine that the Supreme Chancellor promised him that no one would listen when they talked about the Tusken Massacre. That promise had been broken. Sheev then asked if Anakin was sure that he hadn't told anyone else, and Skywalker nodded. Unfortunate, the Chancellor remorsefully apologized if his word hadn't been kept. He would launch an internal investigation himself to figure out who revealed those details to Count Dooku. In the meantime, he'd like the opportunity to earn Anakin's trust back. Skywalker nodded sadly, as he told Palpatine that he just wanted the Sith Lord to be found. The Chancellor agreed. They would find him and destroy him together. The rest of the conversation fell apart rather quickly. It was tense. Sidious was hoping
Almost
that his future
done
people would
with
apologize
the
to him, but that never
chicken.
came. Instead, they parted ways, and the Dark Lord had his shuttle prepared. He was going to tie up the loose ends and present the Jedi with an offer they couldn't refuse, something that could answer all of Dooku's revelations. Though before Sidious left, he needed to make sure the Jedi weren't monitoring him now. Kenobi wasn't an idiot, and if he informed the Jedi High Council, then they most certainly would be watching Palpatine's every move. Sidious had to be more careful than he already was. Despite his assumptions about the Jedi Master revealing Dooku's secrets and the High Council watching over him, he was absolutely incorrect about their interest in monitoring him. Because Anakin couldn't live with the anxiety of the Council learning the skewed truth from Count Dooku, he approached them after talking with Palpatine. His hands folded in front of his body, and he confessed the truth to the Jedi Council. He told them about what happened on Zagiria, and then revealed how he perceived his actions. Admittedly, while on Tatooine, he didn't know what came over him. He confirmed that he heard Qui-Gon's voice, and that he killed an entire village of Tusken Raiders. The Council was taken aback, especially because Anakin had been so effortlessly heroic throughout the Clone War. Anakin told them that he went there to save his mother. It's why they went to Tatooine with Senator Amidala's approval to begin with. It was simply too much of a burden to carry, and yet, even with this disgusting truth being revealed, the Council in their own way knew. They didn't know that Anakin murdered the Tusken Raiders, they more so knew that his attachments could make him extremely dangerous. It's how they initially responded. It wasn't a patronizing sentiment, just an acknowledgement of the truth. They were disappointed, obviously, but before they could appropriately handle this, they wanted to know what else Anakin had to say. Everyone in the room could feel his anxiety disappear with the truth being revealed. It was actually quite euphoric for them, because he finally opened up to them about his actions. It just so happened to be a terrible action. Yoda didn't address it. Instead, he requested for Anakin to speak the rest of his mind, and so he did. He talked about that interaction with Palpatine and how someone told Dooku of his Tatooine experience. In this, it became clear that Anakin was afraid of his demons becoming knowledge to the Council, but he did confirm that Palpatine knew of them. Yet, it was the fact that Dooku again expressed knowledge of who held control over the Republic, how something the Jedi relied on would take down both the Jedi and the Republic. It was less of an information-sharing session and more of a threat from Tyrannus. Kenobi admitted having heard a similar sentiment from Dooku before, and Yoda told him that his former apprentice only knew how to lie. That's what he said at the beginning of the Clone War. Now, though, the entire Council could hear this truth, something that only 3 members knew of, and only 3 members kept to themselves because of Yoda. The conversation shifted away from Anakin's actions on Tatooine for the time being, as Ki-Adi-Mundi explained that they couldn't simply throw out the information on the account that Dooku has lied in the past. If the Supreme Chancellor or someone else was under the influence of the Sith, then they were endangering trillions of lives based on ignorance. Anakin watched the Council tense up. Suddenly, no longer was Anakin's terrible massacre at the heart of the Council's discussions. It was instead the secrecy forced by Master Yoda onto Masters Windu and Kenobi. This should have been a Council topic for all of them to hear, one voted on by the body. The truth is, it had been lightly spoken about, but never to the degree that warned of a Sith controlling the Republic. Instead of removing Skywalker,
2 more to go.
Actually directed him to sit among them, to provide details of this encounter with Dooku, because at least someone here was being honest. Thanks to a maintenance droid, another seat would be added, and the Council deliberations would begin. Hours would pass, and the only resolution they could come to was that the Chancellor needed to be monitored. While there were those that believed punishment was necessary for Skywalker, there were those who were split on it. Kenobi didn't put any input on it, because he didn't want to appear biased. But the consensus for those split was that Anakin had proven himself since that action. He just needed to continue growing as an individual. If he showed signs of using the dark side, then it'd be worth punishing. Yet his biggest saving grace was rejecting Dooku's calls for him to turn to the dark side. As a result, though, everything Palpatine worried about the most came to fruition immediately. His belief that the Jedi would have been watching him since Dooku spoke to Kenobi was now a reality. The council determined 3 resolutions. Masters Yoda, Windu, and Kenobi were to be removed from their ranks for mishandling the information given to them by Dooku. Secondly, they were going to simply take control over the Executive Plaza security system without approval. And lastly, Anakin's crimes were forgiven, though they expected him to, after the war, take a Barash vow. However, in accordance with the removal of Yoda, Windu, and Kenobi from their ranks, Master Mundi would be voted into the Grand Master position, with Tera Sinube rejoining the Council as now Master of the Order. To fill the final spot, the Council elected and suggested by Ki-Adi-Mundi that Anakin as a knight join their ranks. While he could see it as an insult because he remained a knight, he didn't, because it was a high honor and it should be accepted as one. The collective council was grateful that he resisted Dooku's pulls, and also that he had the rationale to confess his actions and tell them about Dooku's threats. Anakin proved his trustworthiness in the eyes of the council. But even as they quickly moved to retain security over the Executive Plaza, their newest member was making a gut decision. Skywalker, with his apprentice in stow now, watched the Chancellor's personal escort.
Got a pig and a goat left to do for the night,
Anakin had
and
returned
then
to
I think we're going to
apologize
call
for his
it. We've
earlier
been on for
accusations,
about 4
mostly
hours.
to earn the Chancellor's trust back, as phrased by Grandmaster Mundi. The Chancellor's personal shuttle, only used for rare occasions, slipped through the hangar bay in front of him. Ahsoka quickly launched a tracker at the vessel, and they watched it disappear into the cloudy Coruscant skyline. Anakin reported it back to the Council immediately, where he would be asked to drop Ahsoka off at the Temple hangar bay, and join Masters Mundi, Plo, Depa, and Koth for a short visit to wherever the Chancellor was going off-world. In the meantime, while the Jedi were beginning to take control over the Executive Plaza security system, Master Windu discovered something that unnerved him. It was an accident, but because he was assigned to the security initiative with Tera Sinube, he realized something. Following his immediate removal from the High Council, he went to the archives to reflect. Some things just felt missed on his part. He didn't kill Count Dooku on Geonosis. He mistakenly didn't elaborate on Obi-Wan's revelations. He missed a potential Sith Lord inside the Senate, and a few other mistakes he wished he could have had back. He stopped inside the archives to review some indicators of a Sith, to refresh his memory. Jocasta Nu provided him a holocron that showed him every known Sith relic, crystal, and everything else that might hold religious significance. In this, he saw a statue that he'd seen before, but he didn't fully piece it together until he viewed it through the security cameras inside the Senate building. There were 4 Sith statues in the middle of the Chancellor's office, which didn't even cover the other relics across the chambers. But while Mace was preparing to send a message to his allies, he realized their trajectory. He sent an encoded message to the temple that be dispatched to the shuttle carrying 5 counselors, a vessel that was en route to Sereno. When Darth Sidious touched down outside of Dooku's castle, his apprentice rushed out to greet him. The Dark Lord, with his hood covering his sinister eyes, provided a hologram for Tyrannus to view. It was a Rhodian man, with remarkable robes and pearls covering his neck. Sidious quietly explained that Unda Koni would soon represent the Separatist movement. Dooku's head twisted and Sidious thrusted his hand forward. Tyrannus left his feet and tumbled across the ground, igniting his lightsaber when he finally slid to a halt. He called out, demanding to know his master's rationale behind this. Sidious didn't even speak. He reached a hand from out of under his cloak, and Dooku was pulled across the courtyard, dropping his lightsaber as he did. The Dark Lord's piercing yellow eyes looked deep into Tyrannus' soul. He tried to expose the secrets of the Sith, telling Kenobi and Skywalker of the Sith plan. Sidious admitted he always knew Dooku was a fool, but he never expected him to be a traitor to his own goals. Dooku held his throat and kicked his feet in the air. Sidious reminded the old bastard that there could only be 2 Sith, a master and an apprentice. Before he could tell Tyrannus that he was no longer an apprentice, lightning fled from the Count's fingertips, electrocuting Sidious and forcing him to release Dooku. Tyrannus landed,
there we go,
catching his breath and pulling his lightsaber into his hands. From the courtyard,
one more to go.
The Magna Guards per his request, and they attacked Sidious.
One more to go.
His lightsabers burst into life as he blocked and
The
parried
goat.
Wherever he could. Commando droids then
The
showed
goat
up,
is next
firing
after
down
I
at the
mark
Sith
this.
Lord. They were all planted around the castle grounds, waiting for activation.
The final pig.
Dooku watched, regathering his composure as Sidious fought for his life. He beat back the guards and deflected shots from the commandos effortlessly. He was a force of nature, unlike anything Dooku had ever seen, and he broke himself out of this engagement too. Sidious's robes were torn, but he was uninjured. The Dark Lord from under his breath remarked that Dooku would only ever be a coward, too afraid to stand up to Yoda, too afraid to confront the Jedi Council, too afraid to be a Sith without his precious students. Well, know this, Tyrannus, Sidious said. He ordered the direct death of Qui-Gon Jinn. Dooku's cowardice as a master made him too vulnerable as an apprentice. Maul was sacrificed so that an empire could be
Tell you
born.
guys, I'm
An
gonna
empire
be
that could
glad
enslave
when
the
I'm done with
galaxy
this because
where the Republic
my
once stood.
wrist is
Sidious
sore.
smiled. He never properly thanked Dooku for giving him the universe on a silver platter. Rage filled
One
Tyrannus'
last
body
one.
as he charged in. Sidious raised his hands while simultaneously throwing both of his sabers through the air. Neither were ignited, and Dooku, trapped between three weapons, protected himself. Rather than spear at Sidious, he reverted to a Jedi-like state, prey caught in a trap. With Force Choke playing an aid, and two lightsabers stabbing him in the back, the Count fell lifeless to the ground. Sidious then communicated to Unda Kone that the plan was ready. The extravagant Rhodian politician thanked the Dark Lord for trusting him. He'd be on standby for the next part of the plan. Unda would assume command over the Separatists this moment, confirming Dooku's demise. Before Sidious could escape, though, a Jedi shuttle landed down beside his, with Skywalker leading the way. The other four quickly put themselves between Anakin and the Sith Lord, telling him to come quietly. Palpatine would not. Mundi told Skywalker's R2 unit to investigate the shuttle for the Chancellor, and the battle began just as R2 left. The Sith Lord thrusted his weapon at each of the Jedi, but they moved through his attacks as a unit. Kiadi, Depa, Plo, and Eth were all familiar with each other's styles. They'd been counselors together for the past decade. They'd participated in missions, training regiments, and even friendly competitions with one another. They all worked in unison as a team. Without the jump on them, Sidious was forced to fight a fair battle against capable Jedi Masters because they were on the Council for a reason. Anakin thus was forced to work his way into the duel. His saber batted at Sidious, but the counters and strikes from the Sith Lord were left useless. He kept the four masters off of him, and even though his offense was ineffective, he didn't die. Anakin was clearly becoming the odd man out for Sidious. His talent could only get him so far in this contest. Sidious preyed on it, quickly destroying Skywalker, and in an attempt to thin his opponent's ranks, cut Anakin across the waist. It wasn't a deep cut, but it left him falling to the ground in agony. The Sith Lord returned to his engagement with the Masters, because even though he was a better combatant than each of them individually, they were still each Jedi Masters. They shouldn't die in 2 seconds, basically. Plo with his strength, Mundi with his finesse, Depa with her mastery, and Eth with his balance kept Sidious from finding any sort of rhythm in the fight. He wasn't making any progress anywhere, nor was he doing anything wrong. No matter which of the four slipped, they'd cover their own backs. Then Skywalker with his injury returned. He took a deep breath before throwing his saber into the engagement. The duel carried on into the corridors of Castle Sereno, where Sidious would actually lose his life, through a combination of electric judgment, blocking Sith electricity, and a few stabby stabs. It was the end of the Sith.
A few stabby stabs.
Control the Confederacy, and Unda, their government. But alas, without Darth Sidious controlling the strings,
So we've been
things
streaming
very easily started
for
falling apart. The Grand Master
4 hours
and
and
the
5
rest of
minutes.
the present Jedi were able to obtain
I think this makes
information
this my
inside
longest
Castle Sereno
stream.
and the Chancellor's
Pretty
shuttle
certain.
to help their cause. But just getting rid of Sidious wouldn't be an immediate fix. Of course, confirmation that the Separatists and the Republic were controlled by the same two
tomorrow,
people was a dagger to the
I'm
war.
taking snack time.
But some in the media and in the Senate claimed that the Jedi were simply trying to take over one of the governments or earn all the accolades for ending a war they started.
It was
themselves.
fucking
It
cold.
wasn't pretty either way it went, especially with the slight cover-up from Kenobi, Yoda, and Windu.
Excuse my
The
language.
Council would have to punish them with expulsion from the Jedi Order, which for the Council was a step in the right direction. But war continued. Politicians debated, people died, and votes were passed after more people died. General Grievous would be defeated by the rogue Jedi unit of Windu, Kenobi, and Yoda. It was their decision to make a difference after hiding so much that could have really changed everything. While yes, the Sith were destroyed, the Republic would never be the same. Palpatine Truthers became a separate entity, or eventually a coalition of planets after the Senate ended the conflict. What became the new power of the galaxy were separate entities, separate governments. The man appointed to Dooku's position really was the end of the Confederacy, but not the idea of it. Unda wasn't half the communicator that Tyrannus was. If he had Palpatine behind his back, then something more could have been done. But the Confederacy, after they lost, split up into different coalitions. Anakin's rise to the High Council would be the beginning of a new era in Jedi history. Not only did it lead directly to the end of the war and destruction of the Sith, but a new perspective of how Jedi should handle emotions. As he promised when the war came to an end, he would take a Barash vow. But these emotions became a case study that they'd continue to evaluate for years to come. Ahsoka, with the war ending earlier, would never be forced from the Jedi Order, and instead become a Jedi Knight, Anakin becoming a master before he went on his Barash vow. He and Padme remained married together in secrecy for a few more years, until their marriage became public by accident, after the Republic split again. But in the end, it would be permitted by the Council, once their case study came to a conclusion. The Republic may have transformed, and the Confederacy too, into several different galactic units or coalitions, but it would be better for the people. The Jedi in this transition expanded outwards to represent all of these people, not just the citizens of the Republic, leading directly to the Jedi rising in popularity and as a force for good in the galaxy, maintaining both peace and balance across every known world. And that, my friends, is our story. Again, special thanks to all the patrons for supporting the channel. Smash the like button. Let's talk about it. This story is really just Anakin, Palpatine, and Dooku. I thought that'd be a really interesting way to go with this. I think there's a couple ways you could do this story. I think there's a way you could do the story where you talked about Order 66. That's not this one. I didn't want to do that. That might be for another day. If you guys like that, then let me know. I do read all of your guys' comments, but, for this, this one was more of kind of repeating what Dooku mentioned to Obi-Wan, just like a little more. There's a little more juice to it. He obviously mentions the Tuskens and obviously this concept of things turning against the Jedi and the Republic, but I like that Anakin is more vocal about it here.
Upper half of the goat is done.
I've obviously done one of the what ifs on, what if
I am the goat.
Obi-Wan and Yoda took what Dooku said literally.
No.
But
I'm not
this
goat
is
at
that.
anything.
This is Anakin hearing the same message and being like, yo, that doesn't sound right. I should tell a trusted adult. And then he tells Palpatine. So,
thank you.
He does do a dum-dum here.
You
and
only
there,
had
but I do
one.
think that Palpatine would be genuinely so enraged by Dooku doing this that he would go to kill him. I don't really think there's another way to do this where he would not kill Dooku. I think telling anybody that the Dark Lord of the Sith controlled the Republic would just send him over the edge. I know the Jedi are complacent. I know he knows that, but that is as close as you can get to just being like, oh, by the way, the guy's Palpatine. Want to do something? And I think he would take that very personally and want to deal with it very personally. And so that's why he goes to handle Dooku. And I do like this kind of confrontation on Sereno. I think it's a kind of fun way for, one duel to happen after another. I think it could have been fun to do it all together, but I think the best way for this unit of counselors to win is for Palpatine to be winded. He's not just fighting Dooku, he's fighting the Magna Guards, the Commandos. I think in a situation where he's fighting these guys fresh, I think there's a way he would come out on top. I know, Depa, Plo, Mundi, and Eth.
If you're familiar with how the Pentagon buys weapons, you probably know that the US military cannot fix a lot of its own equipment. That's not because troops are bad at fixing stuff. It's because they are not allowed to under the purchase agreements that the Pentagon signs with contractors. That means that ships, jets, infantry fighting vehicles, and other equipment often can't be repaired by anybody but a civilian contractor, even in a combat zone or on some far-flung training exercise. exercise, troops sometimes have to call a support center or send the broken stuff all the way back to the US rather than fix it themselves. The result is that jets wind up grounded for months in the middle of a deployment, or the Navy has to pay millions to fly contractors out to sea and fix ship parts that an average sailor could fix, and vehicles will often sit idle in repair bays waiting for contractor support. One Air Force lieutenant even had to send a convoy across war-torn Iraq to get a backup generator because the one keeping the bases moored cold enough to hold dead American soldiers had failed and there were no contractors around to do the fix. Yes, it's that bad. And we're not the only ones tracking this. Last year, officials from the Trump administration and the Pentagon expressed deep support for right to repair, the catch-all term for giving service members more authority to fix their stuff. Senators from both parties even proposed right to repair legislation, but it was stripped out of the 2026 defense funding authorization bill in December. If you've ever wondered why the military can't fix its own shit, who we can blame for this, and what can actually fix it, then buckle up, because today we are going down that bumpy road.
This is Task and Purpose, and I'm saying it out loud because I think we're about to... Well, I'm going to switch off of the... to our 2 cam, so I'm about to finish this up, and then I think we're about to head on out for the night. Again, thank you for everybody who came over and for rating me. I appreciate it. But with the final mark made, and the final one done, I'm going to let everybody go because my wrist hurts. All right. Have a wonderful night.